Okay, now it's working. I guess something unplugged it for some reason. That is weird. So what is good, y'all? And yes, it is a Monday. A very special Monday because, yeah, I had to do something a little different today. But the white passing Christian nationalist is not punctual. So that's a good thing. We don't have to worry too much about a nationalism happening. I stopped counting at 15. So I don't have the original Crash Out video, but he's still crying about it to this day. So he just posted this 12 hours ago. And I'm guessing Rob figured out, oh no, we're gonna lose some money and some influence from not being on the tomato. Because I mean, I don't think a lot of people would have really heard of him outside of the Twitch sphere had he not been on the Raging Tomato.
I think, I think, I think he doesn't know the power of the Panelverse.
Oh shit! Not the Panelverse! Oh no! Not the fucking Panelverse!
Beware the Panelverse. He doesn't run afoul of the Panelverse. Who could know the great Sarah Tomato? The power she wields, the power of the Panelverse.
I don't know how to show it on stream.
I'll tell you exactly what
it's not like a YouTube
Sarah and
link
me
or anything.
have been a little chippy with each other for a couple months, I guess, ever since I debated this RTP guy. She wanted me to apologize because I brought up his kids. I didn't bring up his kids in a ridiculous connotation whatsoever. He was insulting me both before the stream and during the stream about how I clearly couldn't get a woman and wouldn't be married, and implying that like I'm unattractive or some bullshit like that. I asked if he was married. He said he used to be, but he big manned me that he sleeps with a bunch of women. So I said, do you have kids? Now I asked that question for a reason, not to insult his kids. Oh my gosh, parents have thought. Because it's ridiculous as it is, I never thought it was a big man. Oh man, you sleep with a bunch of chicks, cool. But it goes from being like, whatever, okay, this is stupid, to, yeah, it's actually really fucking tragic. If you have a family, that's bad. That's really bad. That's it. That's all I said. You have kids, then I wouldn't be bragging about having a shitload of women. Why don't you settle down and find him a mother?
There we go.
I do not do that. And that's not what I'm saying.
This is so fucking scuffed. Oh. 1 second, doing a couple things. Logs. Add roles. Now let me get this going. Let's see if I can get this up. This one? No. Nope. I can't figure it out. Let me see. Ah, there we go. Oh, that doesn't work either. Son of a... I'm just not going to figure this out. I think I need to add an extra screen capture. Let me see if I can do it from a different scene. There we go.
Saying when I say I'm above these people, I'm not making a claim I'm smarter than them. I'm making a claim that I have proven myself through these debates and my ability to have serious debates that I don't need the fucking Jerry Springer show. I don't need it. Fuck them.
I don't give a fuck anymore. Fuck you, Sarah. You fucking Jerry Springer host wannabe motherfucker. You suck. You're fucking garbage. Your moderating skills suck. The truth is, you like Dusty, so you're gonna kiss his ass. That's the fucking truth. No one's intimidated by you and your fucking cretins. You're garbage. That's the truth. You fucking coward. Send in DMs. Let me give you some unsolicited advice. Here's some unsolicited advice for you, motherfucker. Learn to do your job as a moderator before you fucking criticize anyone else. How's that? Understand that you rely on the talent of others for your fucking channel success. At least with Radical Coder or Dusty, they're the ones doing the fucking work for their channels, albeit if they're successful or not, but not you.
And Radical Coder's the one that made him crash out like this.
So don't come at me with your, the problem is, you take things too seriously and blah, blah, blah. Hey, have a laugh, bitch. Have a laugh about it. Don't take this too seriously, you fucking loser. Right? It's all for yucks. We're laughing it up. We're having...
Drinks of water, Rob. Okay. So yeah, Rob crashed the fuck out over Sarah. Basically him getting talked over during the panel, and he just lost his shit because she told him to shut up. And then sent him a, I guess, long message about why he was being talked over and why she was giving favorability to certain people. And he hasn't shut up about this yet. So like he just posted this today. Still crashing out about this, but like trying to reel it back a little bit.
Then I said something, I don't even know if people could hear it, but he claimed that he was going to titty fuck me. And I was like, talk like that in front of your kids? Or something like that. That's it. This is after he was going after me for my wife and shit. But I didn't care.
Straight up Eric
I wasn't
Cartman.
walking away there like, ooh. I was just like,
all grown
you gave
up.
me shit, I gave you shit. No problem. By the way, that's a theme that you'll see, I think Sarah misinterprets with me. Nonetheless, Sarah asked me said I should apologize to him afterwards. I assume something happened, like RTP Price said, I don't want to come back because things got personal. And then she asked me to apologize. I said, no. I never told people that Sarah asked me to apologize. What I did was said that people suggested that I apologize. And I was wondering to my audience, did they think I went over the line? And most of my audience said no, but a couple said, yeah, you still should. The
Crucible still has his back, so Andrew was doing
I told Sarah that.
damage
no
control for this.
If you can't have me back on the show, no problem.
And
totally
all the
not gonna apologize.
The Crucible people were trying to brigade for Rob, and nobody
cared.
cared.
Comments to snare about this. I came on the next day and
It's
told
not
my
a good
audience,
look.
don't fuck with Sarah. It's not. She didn't do any. It's fine. Ever since then, it's like things have been chippy.
I don't know how much I paid for this can.
My audience always wants me to go on these panels. Okay, I'm going to go on the panel. Connor's there. Connor's talking about real conservatives, after Charlie Kirk, and shitting on Charlie Kirk and stuff, and everyone's like, go get that fucker. Go on the open panel and get that fucker. So I go on the open panel, and I get that fucker. And he, once he starts getting blown out, starts spurging out and just fucking talking over me.
Rob has no room to talk about anybody spurting out.
The moderator, Sarah's just letting it go, so I fucking start talking over him, and then Sarah will be like, gentlemen, both of you stop it. And then he announces, yeah, Rob, I am going to interrupt you because I think you're wrong. So anytime I think you say something that's wrong, I'll interrupt.
If I have a point to make, or if I feel like you're asking a question that implies something, I'm going to interrupt you in order to point it out. If you're not an asshole, you'll let me do it.
Thanks for pulling up.
Bragging that he's going to interrupt. He proceeds to do it for the majority of the debate.
50 grams of sugar now, that's light work. It's got to be more than that.
Tells me that the reason he's interrupting me is because I said he should stop.
The whole can, 46 grams of sugar.
When other people were talking.
Because he doesn't like it when you tell him what to do. If you don't tell him
All
what
right,
to do,
this right here. This is a hellscape. You got Grumple, good people. Grumple's a good guy, but yeah, ooh-wee. EOD, I think we all know the backstory of him talking about prepubescent this and that. That dude is wild. Dusty's not in this one here. Then we got Viva la Mr. Bill right here, hiding out from Antifa in his basement. Good old Rob up here. Like, this is a hellscape.
more accordingly.
Okay, I let him talk unfettered, basically. I start talking, he interrupts. Sometimes he interrupts and then he gets to speak after Sarah separates it.
Both.
Sometimes he interrupts and I get to speak.
In the same room.
Sometimes he interrupts and then it's someone else that gets to speak. But that's what happens. Now, I wrote it off. I bitched a little about the moderation, but I'm like, fine. But I wrote it off in this
The
sense.
most I've seen him is in the chat.
He's the guest, and I was the open panelist.
But like the right-wing rejects of Twitch that are like banned everywhere else pull up on Sarah's.
Who came on my show in the call-in portion and got.
But Mr. Bill only shows up when there's at least 4 white-wingers in the room.
Same shit. He's in.
Yo, what's good, White Dark? Thanks for calling up.
Fuck? Now I'm like,
why
does this make sense?
That
now,
is awesome.
Here's the thing, right? Sometimes you have to know where your bread is buttered. Do you think for
You're
a
gonna miss
second
the defense of gay
Sarah
genocide
would have let someone talk over Andrew Wilson like that? You think for a second, when she knows the majority of the financial
so
donations
far,
I get
21,000 views on this one.
You think for a second? Of course not. We all know it. She gonna leave Connor talk over him like that and brag about it. She gonna leave Dusty
in
talk
the
over him
YouTube
like
chat.
That and brag about it. By the
YouTube
way, that's
chat's
okay.
getting even
and
better.
I'm no Andrew Wilson. I'm not bringing her in the views and money that Andrew Wilson is. And it's kind of a smart business move. Don't fucking shit don't fuck over the person that's helping your channel out the most. I totally get it. I get that, and I'm not Andrew. Perfectly fine. But at some point, and I mentioned this morning, I'm fucking better than these stupid ass losers.
Oh, Ryan said earlier when he was laughing at Rob's crash out because he was the one he was crashing out over. He said that Andrew is the king and Rob is one of his knights, and that's the reason why he is crusading so hard for this.
I don't need them. I don't need to go on and talk to these fucking no-name losers that I've wrecked in debates over and over again. I don't need it. And if the game's going to be, oh, we know, we'll just keep interrupting Rob, and Sarah will just sit there and let it go, and then when I'm like, what the fuck is this? Are they going to shut up or whatever? Sarah's going to be like, Rob, you asking them to not interrupt's why they're interrupting. I don't need it. Now, am I wishing Sarah any ill? No. After it happens enough, I'm like, you know what? Hey, my name's Rob Norm, channel's Normal America. Thanks for having me. I'm out. Oh, the trolls. Rub, rage, quit, blah, blah, blah. It's not worth my fucking time. I could think of 1,000 things that are more productive that I could be doing or more entertaining than fucking letting some nobody fucking shout over me while I can't get a word in edgewise. That's it. Done. Don't give a fuck. In that same panel, Dusty's buddy.
He really sounds like he doesn't give a fuck.
I was like, we're going back and forth. I'm like, can you answer this? He's like, no, I refuse. And I'm like, well, then fuck it. Either he goes or I go, because what's the fucking sense of being here? If I'm the panelist and the people that are arguing with me are like, nope, we refuse to engage.
And Mida, you should have your roles and everything.
If it came out that way, I didn't mean it as an ultimatum. I meant, why the fuck am I here? If they're going to be here,
go ahead and just give Joe a one-day pass.
I don't believe
you know that one
answer to any of your questions.
Because it'll just save
Sarah,
time. Because he's banned here.
Two people here that are going to fucking talk doesn't want to respond.
I can give him a day
I'm out.
pass.
You get to hang out with those two. So it's me or them. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I'm sad.
Well, to be fair, Rob, I don't play that game. So if you hold on, I'm gonna put it to you this way: I host open panels for a reason. It is up to the chat to boot people from the panel. If you want to send a brigade, to send $100 to
just watching this for the time being. So yeah, it can happen anytime you feel.
I
Oh
don't
God,
play the whole, well, it's me or them
Mr.
kind of
Bill
bullshit,
slurping
because
down
that
Mountain
kind of
Dew.
negates the entirety of my show.
So then, okay, that's fair. So then, I will just sit here while they say we're not going to respond to anything you say.
I think the Mountain Dew probably fights back less than a bag of chips does.
I'm not gonna force you to do anything you don't want to do.
Okay.
I don't care. But I don't play the like me or them thing because that's kind of like an asshole move. Number one.
Well, no. Wait, it's not an asshole. I'm not saying that you have to boot them. I'm saying, what's the point of this panel if the only 3 people talking, if they're like, we're not going to respond to anything you say. We're not going to. We're not going to answer questions.
Then somebody else can ask questions too. That's fine.
I left the panel, did a little grifting. By the way, something Andrew taught me to do by the end of the night. Try to get that super chat goal if you have it.
Oh yeah, you did have a collage of Mr. Bill drinking Mountain Dew.
Sucks. I think that fucking sucks. What the fuck? I'm just getting yelled over. Whatever. Anyways, no hard feelings.
I'll toss the link into
I don't give a fuck, right? I can't help that some people in my audience also thought that the fucking moderation sucked. So apparently they said something to Sarah. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't watch her channel. She sent me a message. And Andrew read this on stream.
Savagely.
She says, there's a secret weapon to panels. You can't show, this is the next day.
This is what
there's a
Sarah
secret weapon
said,
to
Rob.
panels. You can't show any of your cards at all. By that, I mean, if someone's annoying you, interrupting or poking at things that raise your temperature, you can't let it bother you visually. The other panelists subconsciously will see those trigger points and zero in on it. They do it every time to you. You're an easy target. It's unsolicited advice. I'm aware.
She called Rob an easy target.
The best tip I could give you is to stop reacting to their pokes and prods. Open panels are meant to be fun, lighthearted, and relaxed. They have to be that way.
Pokes and prods, that's hilarious. Some dude was debating Rob and put up a picture of Rob looking at a container of Pillsbury Doughboy muffins or biscuits, and all I could think is just Rob getting poked and going,
Or else they wouldn't be so fun and inviting to anyone. Witty banter plus topic discussion equals a great panel. You often enter them very harshly and seriously and demanding. I've noticed you take insults very personally. And that's what they'll run you out. And that's why they'll run you out every time, because it's a killjoy to everyone else. Why is this guy taking things so serious? You gotta laugh at
magically
the digs.
Mr. Bill
Talk through the
appears
interruptions.
just based on that. It
Roll with
is
the punches.
probably like
Everyone
what
throws
Zephyr
their
says,
punches.
like he's
Takes the head,
drawn
slaps,
by gravitational
comes back the
force
next day with
to
clean
a
slate,
room
ready
full
for
of
more.
conservatives.
Trash talking about
He
an
still
open
won't say
panel
anything.
being too chaotic is like complaining that the sky is blue. They will always be chaotic. You can either handle them or you can't. Now, when I received that message on October 8th, I was fucking livid. I was like, you motherfucker.
Fucking livid.
Who the fuck are you? You want to know what I thought when Sarah sent that message? You want to know what I wanted to say out loud? I wanted to say, what the fuck are you? What do you do? Moderate poorly? You're one of the dime a dozen fucking people that bring on panelists that let them be the entertainment? Because you're incapable of doing it yourself? By the way, there's nothing wrong with that. But don't get it twisted. I don't need your fucking advice. Who the fuck are
I'm
you?
still a little
That's
sad
what I
Rob
wanted
left
to
my
say.
Discord because
But I have a
he was
tremendous
beefing with
wife.
counterpoints.
And I was like, can you fucking believe this? And my wife said, Rob, take a breath. Don't respond for 24 hours. Then you say what you want. But you should probably wait 24 hours. And I did. And I'm glad I did. Because I didn't respond to her. Instead, I came on my channel. Because every night that there's an open panel on Sarah's channel or anywhere else, my audience is like, go on the open panel. Go on the open panel. Go on the open panel. So I had to explain to my audience why I would no longer do that. And you go back and you can watch what I said. I said, listen, I've been frustrated about the moderation on
This life
Sarah's
definitely
channel
didn't
and
choose
other open
him.
panels because I wasn't trying to make it just about her. And I was like, but I was messaged by someone that informed me that I'm looking at the open panels all wrong. It's not supposed to be a serious debate. It's supposed to be like a shit show, like a Jerry Springer shit show. And that's fine. If that's what people like, fine. But it's not for me. That's it. I said, so I'll continue to do a debate that Sarah moderates, but I won't do the open panel. Done. Now, to the rest of what she said about I take insults very seriously. Why? Because I give it back? Because if someone says, like, you're a fat fuck, and I'm like, dude, you look like dudes bend you over. It's like, well, you're taking that seriously. What are you talking about? The only thing that it looks like I take seriously, because it's true, is when stupid fuckers keep talking over me. Over and over. The insults, I don't give a shit. I just don't give a shit. You call me a fat fuck, this, that, and don't bother me at all. So I don't know where she gets this. Well, you're an easy target. Fan of the show named Toasted reached out to me and was like, hey, I'd like to set up this debate. Now listen, I want to say this, and I have nothing against this guy Toasted, but I have to say this. I sort of just have paid attention, if I'm honest. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, I get a bunch of people that are like, will you do the show for me? Will you do this show with me? And almost always I say, yes, sure. Just this week, I did 2 podcasts of streamers that aren't big streamers, that have like 30, 40 people watching. Monday, I did an excellent podcast. You should check it out. It's called Brews and Cruise. Real awesome guy. We just talked about life and shit. Wasn't a debate. Great time. The guy averages 60 views per video. He doesn't do live streams. I don't give a fuck. It's fun. So when people that are like, hey, I recognize their name, like, hey, would you like to come on a show? Would you like to be? I'll say sure. This guy, because of the drama with this guy Dusty that I'd had recently, was like, you want to debate Dusty and Radical Coder? I said, sure. You debate with
When
this
did
trippy
she start
guy?
hiding
Sure.
her videos? Because Rob is acting
Who should
like she
mod?
started
Blah, blah,
hiding the
blah. Sarah, I
videos
was
because
like,
the
I don't want
Crucible is
Sarah to mod.
brigading.
Is there a problem with you and Sarah? I was like, no, I don't want to talk about
I
it.
don't know how true
All
that
right.
is.
No. I sort of got lost in the shuffle, and I saw that he kept messaging me, and I just basically ain't saying anything. And he's like, it's going to be blood sports. And, you know, I told people that, like, the topic's going to be the Insurrection Act, but it can go anywhere. You can get into real personal shit. Okay, that's fine. But I thought it was going to be a debate. That's what I thought. So we get there, we do the debate. And opening statements were fine, except totally no one's fault. By the way, Trippy, I saw Andrew say Trippy was the moderator. Trippy was not. He was the host, but debater.
How goes it?
What's good, Mida?
Oh, I'm just chilling out, you know. 9 p.m. on a whatever day it is today night.
Yeah, it just had to be late. I was like, he said 6, at the latest 7, and then all of a sudden it just became 7. So I'm like, dude, that's late for a Monday. And he's in
Yeah, I
California.
mean,
So like,
I'm in Michigan, so it's, you know, it's even later here, but that's all right because I am off work for the season, so I have time.
oh, that's great. Now, this is Mida. This is Kung Fu Joe's debate opponent tonight, whenever he decides to magically appear. So we have this meme in my server. There was a dude that proposed the idea that you could have a defensive genocide and then wanted to debate it. But then when he finally realized how stupid the position was, he tried to force the position on his debate opponent and said he would argue against it. So we had the debate. The dude did so bad that he 404 during the debate itself. So now we just have defensive genocide memes galore.
Yeah, it's actually ironic. The reason that I started doing debates on Twitch was I was doing LGBT debates for one of Hassan Piker's old moderators before he was popular, named Izzy Bear 713.
Really?
Yep. She used to work in association with Trans Lifeline, and I was working in independent journalism at the time to give a better interpretation and to help spin the narrative in a way that wasn't intrinsically negative towards the LGBT community in my state.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun night. So you already have been doing this for some time.
Yes, when I first started doing independent journalism, it was 2022 to 2023. I got into politics back in 2020, and I was working in collaboration with that individual in question all the way back in 2021.
That is impressive. I'm gonna learn something tonight, and that's always a great prospect. So what do you think of Rob Noah's crash out so far?
Oh man. Well, I mean, I'm quite familiar with Rob. I've had 2 debates with him, one on the Hippy Dippy podcast where it was me and Pisco versus Rob and Redneck, and then one personal debate that I had against him where his community kind of took my side for Rob crashing out against me in a debate. So that was fun.
Yeah, I've had him on my channel once when I was still doing panel shows, and I did because like they had this whole thing where you know who Tiberius D is?
Of course, I used to do his debate panels as well.
Okay, you know Ty. So me and Ty are pretty close, and him and counterpoints were getting called fake conservatives and fake Republicans and yada yada yada. And people like Gibbs, Phil KOE, Rob Noor, I forget who else came on that whole thing, but they wanted to debate about, you know, who's the real Republicans. And it devolved into Rob and Counterpoints just having a slugfest where they screamed over each other like they always do. Thankfully, it
Of
didn't
course.
turn into Counterpoints calling him the F slur like 27 times.
You gotta love it. I mean, I know Gibbs has had a huge falling out with Counterpoints recently, and I know that there was previously some drama between like a lot of the so like there's a community that I'm loosely associated with called MAGA HQ, run by like Average Debate Destroyer or Average Slur Enjoyer, depending on what you want to call him now. Pentuple and Sadie, and I am the token liberal in their community that they use me as a litmus test to see whether or not liberals still exist in the realm of sanity.
That's funny. That sounds like so much pain.
It can be because they have had. There was a time where they were having a fallout with Gibbs and Counterpoints and some other people, and there was another like guy who frequents the space. His name is Chipingro, and he is like a counterpoints fan. And they all want to talk about like the defense of like Burkean conservative versus like neoliberalism and like neoconservatism. And there was a huge divide in the communities, and I love talking with them because seeing them fight with each other constantly, you know, calling each other fascists and psychopaths and everything else, and then complaining about how the left does the same thing is just, it makes me giggle internally.
I mean, that's a good reason to suffer through the pain of hearing them actually debate. Pentuple is
Oh yeah,
specifically insufferable.
yeah. Well, the reason that Pentuple even let me in his community is because the first time I ever met him, it was me. I debated him, Sadie, and Average Debate Enjoyer on his channel, and then Tyler dropped out, and Jason came in. And it was a 1v3 against them on Pentuple's channel. And they told me that I did a really good job of holding my own, and they wanted to keep me around. And that's the only reason they do.
I'm glad I haven't been invited to that. I was invited to their poker server a while back, and that became insufferable in itself. So I've steered clear of it.
I was supposed to do a debate against Pentuple on DCS, hosted by Gibbs, obviously, because it's his show. But Pentuple went through that whole shit with all the personal stuff that was going on in his life, and unfortunately, it never got planned out. And as a result of that, it just got completely canceled because Pentuple said he's not going to do debates anymore, and he's going to focus exclusively on like community building and like what's it called, networking in like his respective like cliques and stuff. So
I mean, I guess that's a good thing because he is like a full-on crash out when it comes to a debate.
oh yeah, I would have dog walked the shit out of him on the prompt as well.
I would have loved to see it. Like, just in general, hearing you debate has been impressive every time, and to see you actually rip into people like that who think they're really good at what they're doing when usually they're just lying and being really slimy with events. It'd be great to watch.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I love every once in a while being able to do like some of the debate stuff. It's actually ironic. I'm 0 for 3 right now in Horseradish's debate channels because of who I keep getting put up with. But I still enjoy competing regardless. It's fun. I don't care about the record.
Yeah, ending up with like either Game Boy on your side because he will like throw,
and Casey, yeah,
and Casey will throw, but I don't think Casey's throwing on purpose, but Game Boy is throwing on purpose. And then I spelt this wrong, actually winning debates while absolutely contributing not a damn thing.
Yep. Well, Spelt's not around anymore. He crashed out on Horseradish and rage quit out of the community.
Oh, you actually left over that?
Yeah, he left over that.
Crestfallen.
Because like he tried to crash out on me in the post debate show because you were there. You were one of the judges for that debate when like I just decided, like I realized pretty quickly he was getting deep in his emotion, and I was trying to like target him during the debate. And then like in my final statement, I just decided to go at his throat, knowing that he wouldn't be able to respond because he decided to take his final statement before me. And then that's what started like the crash out in the post debate show, which carried over into the next set of like debates, which I thought was just absolutely hilarious.
That dude is a hot mess. Like, he literally banned me from his community for saying that Donald Trump is dumb, and he viewed it as an ableist slur. But that wasn't why he banned me. He banned me because I told him calling it an ableist slur is being ignorant of how language works. And I guess he didn't like the way that worked out. So about a week later, he banned me from his Twitch, which when you have a shared Twitch chat, if you're trying to type in another chat that's connected to it, you won't be able to because you're banned in one. So I was like, what's the deal? Like, I didn't even get a warning, like nothing. You just straight up banned me, and now I can't even enjoy chat. So when he got called out on it, he just lost his mind over it.
Yeah, he tried to do that to me as well because I was talking in the chat when there was a shared chat when me and him were debating, and he tried to time me out and he couldn't because I was a moderator for Horseradish and one of the other streamers that were streaming. And he couldn't time me out, so he was just typing in chat like really angrily about how he couldn't do that.
Yeah, some people need to learn how to regulate their emotions. I'm not going to say it's not funny, but he definitely had it coming. But the fact that he left over, because I don't think Horseradish would have told him to leave, seems like a very understanding individual.
I think Horseradish just kind of got fed up with Spelt crashing out and being drunk all the time when he came into debates. There's another individual who I wanted to introduce to the Horseradish community, but I didn't want to bring upon his community the absolute awfulness that is that person. But there's this guy who is he is a Dutch Shiite Muslim who is like the most racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic person I've ever met in my entire life. And I dog walked the shit out of him on the boss's channel. And then I did it again on a couple other channels. And he insists that, to this day, he's never lost a debate. So it's always fun to see him try to convince people that he's actually smart.
How do you even defend?
This is the thing.
Please.
Oh, you're going to love this. When I debated him the first time, it was about mental illnesses. He believes that mental illnesses are not real, that it is actually a corruption of someone's spirit that happens as a result of demons that manifest themselves in way that doctors describe as mental illnesses.
How did I know you were going to say that? As soon as you said mental illnesses aren't real, I'm like, oh, it's got to be demons.
That's what he believes. That's what he legitimately believes.
I mean, that's why we ended up with a bunch of exorcisms back in the day. You would think some people would get with the times by this point, but apparently not.
Well, see, and that's the thing. Back when I did those debates in the bosses chat, I pointed out how antiquated the ideas of Shia Muslims are. The religion itself in regards to the Shiite denomination are very, very old, very antiquated. And a lot of people called me Islamophobic for that. And then they got to know Zen and they were like, I'm so sorry.
I mean, it's not that it's not antiquated. You're not, denigrating their religion or anything like that. It's just the science isn't there. And we've moved forward. And this is one of the things I actually appreciate about the Catholic Church was when there's scientific discoveries and it's locked in stone that a thing is, the Catholic Church will come up with some post hoc rationalization to say, okay, well, we're going to acknowledge this, but it's still progressive revelation from God. So God's still not wrong. You guys just finally caught up.
True. Yeah, it's crazy. I tried to talk with him one time about religion, and I asked him, I said, do you believe everything in the Quran is real? And he was like, yes. And I was like, so when the Prophet Muhammad split the moon in half, and the king of India at the time wrote a letter to Muhammad saying that he was converting to Islam, do you think that happened? And he's like, yeah, of course, it's in the Quran. And I was like, what if I told you that there wasn't even a king of India at that time? That there were two different sultans of India because it was going through a civil war? And he was like, oh, it doesn't matter.
See, that kind of person is dangerous. Just in reality, if they're not willing to acknowledge history doesn't agree with the account that's going on and not even come up with some BS rationalization, oh, well, they were dealing with one of the sultans, not both of them.
Yeah, it wasn't even a matter of it wasn't even trying to find some sort of excuse for it. It was literally just, I am right. I've decided I'm right, and you will accept it. He gang stalks me on Twitch.
You wanted to bring him into Horseradish's community?
I considered it briefly.
I'm not mad at you, but I feel bad for the dude because I don't think certain people would have let most of that slide. They'd be talking him in circles.
Yeah, he's like a leftist's worst nightmare because he's a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy from Denmark who converted to Islam, but not Sunni. He decided to be Shiite. And he's someone who claims to be like a socialist in air quotes, but is like misogynistic, racist, homophobic, like anti-Semitic and all these other things. So like it's just one of those things where leftists will always like infantilize him, but then when they talk to him, they can't actually defend any of the things that he says. It is beautiful to watch.
Whole person's existence is like a contradiction. It doesn't even make sense. How did he get there? Like, do you know how he got there?
No, I'm gonna be honest. I try not to talk to him.
It's not a cult, Kyle. It's just reality. You have to understand that Tiamat is the one true God, and there's no proving otherwise.
Yeah, like Grand Designs Enjoyer said it in chat. It's like socialist Islamic theocracy with a right wing spin. It's like it is the most confusing shit ever.
That is. How does that even.
Oh, he'll say crazy shit. He'll go off on tangents about how he believes that like people should be entitled to like people should be entitled to the amount of wealth that they generate and how the government shouldn't be allowed to do certain things because God said it was wrong or whatever. And then simultaneously be like, oh, well, everybody's entitled to this except for women and Jews and like gay people. And then he'll just start going down the laundry list.
Oh, it sounds like an ANCAP with like 300 extra steps.
It's more like an ANCAP with 300 extra chromosomes, I'm going to be honest.
Oh. All right. I don't even know how to rationalize that. Well, no, I don't think the person can either. It just probably comes out completely unhinged.
You would have to talk with him. He's one of the few people that is just like befuddling to talk to. It is nearly impossible to have a conversation with him because you can just sit there and ask him questions, and you can ask him a question and then loop back around to the same question 5 minutes later and he'll answer it in a completely different way.
Wait, Grand Design Enjoyer, what was he reading at 15? Because it sounds...
The Quran.
And that's where he ended up reading the Quran?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know much about him because he lies very incessantly as well. Like one time he told us that he had 2 different wives. One that was older, she was like 39 or something, and another one that was like 19. And he said that like one of his wives took on like a mother role to his other wife, which she takes care of now. And I don't even know how to approach that situation. But then he later said that like he's completely single and that he doesn't have any wives. And he also said that he lived in Saudi Arabia, but lived in Denmark, but also lived in Germany at one point. So it's...
You sure he doesn't have like a disassociative identity thing going on?
I have no idea, man. Like there's something going on there.
That is... And so apparently they had a debate with Sirkar. I just ran into that dude the other day, and I don't know how I feel about it.
I don't know. He seemed like a rigid constitutionalist to me when he was showing up in Horseradish's panel, but I really don't know what the takeaways of his like sort of ideology are.
It doesn't... I don't know. It seems really semantic for no reason when there's no real world application to the things that he's talking about. It's just more so about how things have been versus what things are. And I don't get the point because it becomes more of a philosophical conversation. And
I love philosophy memes.
The dude feels like a philosophy meme. Joe is late. Joe should be here any minute now. I gave him
I had a philosophy
an invite.
conversation with someone the other day, and it was like, it made my head hurt just by the end of it.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy I didn't end up in a full Fabian Liberty thing in the debate about rights being inalienable and us being born with them, because that would have been really annoying and I probably wouldn't have allowed for it. But the dude I was debating like literally had pages of stuff he wanted to read for 5 to 10 minutes on hand. But that's kind of what it is being an ANCAP. It's mostly philosophy. It doesn't really track onto the real world.
I mean, there are a lot of theoretical ideologies. Like, have you ever heard the meme of like gay space communism? Like, it's one of those things where someone can explain it to you and you're like, wow, this sounds great. How do we achieve this? And they're like, well, that's the fun part. We can't. It's like, okay, we're just not talking about anything.
Isn't that Star Trek pretty much?
Yeah, luxury gay space communism.
It definitely sounds great on paper, but doesn't track at all in any applications. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that.
Yeah,
I've never
neither.
heard it. I've heard of it. I've never heard anybody actually like spell out the tenets of it.
It's like when I ask people about one thing about that is like space, right? When I think about space, people are always like, "Oh, I'd love to live in space, like on a space station. I can go to different space stations. It's like going to different planets. It'd be great." And I think to myself like, I don't think I'd want to live in space. I kind of like Earth, It seems like it was designed for us. Cuz like think about it this way, right? Like if you walk outside and it's a little bit too cold outside and you forget to wear a jacket, you're like, "Oh, it's a little bit chilly out here. Maybe I'll go inside and put on a jacket." If you accidentally walk out into space, you get eviscerated instantaneously. There is no going back inside to put on your jacket.
No, I feel like space is kind of like the ocean. It's a very unforgiving beast that literally anything could happen. Like a black hole could show up, or space debris or rocks, anything could just ruin your day. So trying
True
to
that.
account for that is not what you want to do. We have a nice little atmosphere. We have a moon protecting us. These are things that are kind of important.
Yeah, I feel like people who want space take those things for granted, right? And then it's like, let's move away from like the reasonable shit. Let's just assume aliens exist. What do you do about that?
I mean, it depends on the alien, but if it's the more ridiculous aliens with crazy technology that can just disintegrate you real quick, you don't do a damn thing about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, all you can do, Kyle, is hope they're chilled. You can just chief one with them and exchange information. Otherwise, you're kind of cooked.
Could you imagine, like, you're on your like little space shuttle and you get boarded by an alien craft and they like press a button to open the door and you're like, "You want to hit this? You guys got weed where you're from?"
That is the best case scenario. Anything else is probably going to be a bad day. So, Grand Design Enjoyer mentioned streamer PPG.
Oh, Christ. Yeah. So PPG is like a totalitarian, like pseudo communist psychopath, alcoholic, former drug addict, alleged cartel member by his own allegation, who makes content out of sexually harassing women and gay people for his stream.
And they're not banned?
Oh, so he's been banned on Twitch like 200 and something times. He was getting banned every night that he was streaming when he was making new accounts. It became like sort of cyclical. It was come home from work, make a new email, make a new Twitch account, stream until you get banned. And then he realized that it was just like not really like sustainable. So he went over to Kick, and he's doing his best to stay relevant over there. I used to moderate for him.
He used to moderate. How do you moderate that?
To answer that simply, a lot of damage control. Basically, it was constantly talking with women about how they shouldn't leak some of the messages that he had sent them. And then, like, the thousands of doxers that were coming into his chat, spamming his first, last name, and address in the chat every night.
You have a lot of patience.
Yeah.
That is unhinged. Nair says, last I seen him, he was sending rape threats to people. Like, wow.
That's just like Tuesday for him.
Yeah, I just don't see what you would even moderate. Like, what is not acceptable in that community beyond, like, doxing the streamer themselves?
You're gonna see, this is gonna sound crazy. The line is literally, you're not allowed to, like, praise Israel or the West. That's the line. Like, anything shy of that is okay.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious.
Okay, there are some very interesting people in this world, and yeah.
And just to be clear, the pro-Israel rule only showed up after he sexually harassed 4 months an Israeli girl.
I guess that's what rejection gets you.
Yeah. But recently he got involved in a controversy, I guess you could say, where he was hitting on a 14-year-old girl on stream, and now he's trying to claim that it didn't happen and that his Kick account got hacked even though he was streaming when he was doing it.
No.
Just to be clear, this guy is 35 years old and was hitting on a 14-year-old girl on stream.
Call EOD, we got him a squad, yeah. So we just found his fourth. Oh, they can get a pickup game going. Oh, that is crazy. So Joe just messaged, said he's on his way. I don't know what that means, but I'm waiting for him to accept the Discord invite because I had to ban him because he was posting ad nauseum Jewish conspiracies, and it got a little anti-Semitic for a while, and I'm just, no thank you.
Just a little anti-Semitic.
Just a little. Yeah. I mean, this person is one of the few people I've heard give me Jewish conspiracies that I've never heard of before. He said aliens weren't real and that they're a Jewish conspiracy made up in Hollywood to take away from the knowledge of their nuclear program.
That's not even the most wild Jewish conspiracy I've ever heard. In fact, that doesn't even come into like the top 5. Maybe I just hang around some unhinged ass people.
Now, from what you said, I definitely believe you. Joe's like the mildest person on the planet compared to anything you've said so far.
Possibly. Like, I have a friend who believes that humanity is not real. That humanity was a project created by lizard people that are actually aliens that inhabited the earth, who are shapeshifters who actually happen to also live among us. And they invented the idea of race, which is derivative apparently of primates on earth, to try to see whether or not the idea of conceptual racism was possible, or whether or not humans were just non-tribalistic in nature like other beings, but also believes that the alien lizards that live as shapeshifters on Earth are somehow also Jews.
Wait, how do you get to that last part?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Like, it was sounding like Dianetics on acid until we got to that very last part.
Like, I'm going to be real. I have no idea how this shit works. Like, he used to link me clips all the time of, like, visual artifacts happening in videos of, like, newscasters. And he'd be like, look, it's one of them. And I would be like, what? what are you seeing here that I'm not? And he's like, did you not see that single frame where there was like a streak in the middle of the screen? That was the cloaking technology interrupting the camera equipment with electromagnetic fields that caused us to temporarily see the true color of the person. And it turned green and yellow for the lizards. And I was like, I really don't know what's happening here, but I'm glad and or happy for you, or disappointed if you did or didn't get what you wanted.
It sounds like he had the They Live glasses and they were working overtime for him.
God, I hated that movie so much.
Oh my God, this dude just made 80 tokens.
Like,
Quick.
I'm going to be honest. John Carpenter, Rob Bottin, some of my favorite filmmakers, but I will never forgive them for making They Live.
I mean, I'm a Rod Piper fan, so that's about as far as it goes with me. But yeah, that movie was horrendously over the top and unmotivated.
It was terrible. Like, it tried to make a statement about society and politics, and it did it in the worst way imaginable. So much so that I think it's insulting even for laymen like to watch it. Like, John Carpenter was so good at conveying the idea of emotion, hiding emotion, and showing human behavior with things like Escape from New York, Total Recall, The Thing. Phenomenal films, all John Carpenter. Rob Bottin played a huge part of those as well. But like, what happened with They Live? Like, who was in charge of directing this shit?
Somebody was really lazy that week, so they swung for the fences on a lot of them, and they just kind of bunted for that one.
Yeah, like I can remember watching They Live for the first time, and when he puts on the glasses and he looks at the computer advertisement, and it's just a computer advertisement, but then when he puts on the glasses, it's like buy more candy bars. It's like that's the fucking laziest thing I've ever seen. Like you dropped the ball with that one, my guy.
Super lazy.
And then he looks at the advertisement of like the hot woman with the big titties sitting on the beach, and it says "Have more kids." Like, okay.
Yeah, it's a really lazy way to get across the idea that some marketing is subliminal and that our free will is not exactly what we think it is, but they just did it in the most conspiracy brain tinfoil hat way possible while using low budget everything and even pulling up a wrestler that wasn't even really an actor at the time.
And on top of that, it gave credence to Slavoj Žižek to be able to use this movie as an allegory for leftism. Like, Jesus Christ. The political landscape was irreversibly damaged by that event. I hope that's not a canon event and the multiverse theory is real and we have a, like, universe that exists where that shit didn't happen. That's the only thing that'll put a smile on my face tonight.
The idea of a multiverse in itself is kind of painful in some ways. To think that certain events are canon events and some events just happen randomly and you get entirely different outcomes. What was one of them? Oh, like what they're doing in Peacemaker right now, where like the Nazis actually won and all of America is like white supremacist.
My guy, I love you to death, but you can't just spoil Peacemaker season 2 like that for me, man. I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, are you serious? My bad.
I haven't seen it. I'm supposed to watch it with my ex. She's busy for the next 3 days. She's coming home from vacation and we're going to binge it together.
Then I forget everything I just said and
I can't just unthink.
I'm pretty big on comics, so like I pretty much know what it is in the comics, and it's a whole different.
That's fair.
So it's still multiversal nonsense going on. I don't know. Are you?
Did you ever watch Creature Commandos?
Yes, that was great.
Can we talk about that instead?
By all means, by all means. Rick Flag is really interesting the way they portrayed him in the Superman movie compared to how he was in Creature Commandos.
Listen, I'm here for it though. I think Rick Flag's portrayal in Creature Commandos was great because it gave us that scene with the princess, and my God, am I here for that.
Dude, that was great. Oh, so more channel lore. Everybody knows I hate Wolverine, so Kyle's trying to get you to bring up Wolverine to get back at me for that. And that's followed you, Kyle. I don't know what I did to you, but fuck that adamantium trash can.
See, I'm not super huge into a lot of the superhero stuff, but like anti-hero stuff is definitely my stuff.
I mean, technically Wolverine is an anti-hero, but
is he?
Doesn't get treated that way very often. He's like the one dude on the X-Men that'll actually murder someone for the team.
Okay, fair enough.
Which is kind of why he's also lame, because he's just neutered and they keep him as a pet.
Yeah. Do I know Ketamine Kyle from somewhere? I feel like I know him from somewhere, but I can't remember where.
Well, you were here for the last stream that I did, and you were talking about Lovecraft, and Kyle was into it.
Ah, that's it. Testy. Oh, okay. No, I know where I know him from now. Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah, because I was like, he knows a lot about like how deep I am to H.P. Lovecraft. Like the inspirations for my work are H.P. Lovecraft and Junji Ito for all of my short stories and my art.
Junji Ito is good stuff too. What did you think about?
Oh, absolutely.
The adaptations that got made.
Are you talking about the most recent Cartoon Network series of the Junji Ito Uzumaki?
Yes.
The first episode was really good. Everything after it was dog shit.
Fair enough. Yeah, it didn't get a lot of praise. But it's kind of hard to adapt something like that.
Well, okay. Well, no, you're not forgettable. Listen, Ketamine Kyle, I didn't know if I knew you from somewhere else before by a different alias. I'm sorry, man. Listen, we're going to have to DM me. We're going to talk about it. All right. But yeah, the thing is with the Izumaki series, they got one studio to make the first episode. And the problem was they didn't have all of the frames done for the newer episodes. They only had the keyframing done, and they didn't have the money from Cartoon Network's contract to be able to continue animating it. As a result of that, they had to hire 2 other studios that were independent studios. One of them was a college studio to finish the anime. And as a result, you've seen a drastic drop in quality between the first episode and then the other episodes. And it was so good in the first episode that the other episodes just couldn't live up to that standard because it was a multi-million-dollar animation studio.
That makes sense. That's kind of a waste. They should have just done the first episode and left it alone until they can get a better studio to do it.
Yeah, I agree, because a lot of Junji Ito's work has not had justice done to it. I think there was an animated series that did a couple of stories by Junji Ito. I didn't particularly love the style because it wasn't true to the Junji Ito like art, so it felt a little bit more what I would call like washed or like stylized. But like it hurts my heart to see Junji Ito's like stories not being held to the same regard that they deserve to be. Anime is degenerate. I tend to agree with you. I think 99.9% of anime is bad. And then you've got that 0.1% of anime that's like really good and that you should watch.
Yeah, I can't see making like a live action version of that and it be nearly as good as an animated version.
I think maybe they could pull it off. It's possible because there have been some really good adaptations of like horror that were originally done in like a comic book or art style. A great example is The Walking Dead. Like Robert Kirkman, when he originally did the Walking Dead comics, those were intended to be cartoons, very similarly to Invincible. But the Walking Dead adaptation for the first 4 seasons of the TV show was phenomenally done, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, you can definitely do zombies. It's not going to be too difficult, but to do Invincible live action probably wouldn't have done it justice.
Probably not, because I feel like there's a lot of, well, I feel like the problem with Invincible is also there's a lot of stuff that can't be handled in like a way like that, right? Because Invincible is a story that generally revolves around a group of teenagers. And there's a lot of ways that they interact with each other that I feel like would be lost in live action compared to like a cartoon style. Very similar to like mini cartoons or mini anime that don't get the adaptations that they deserve.
Yeah, they had to leave a lot on the cutting room floor just based on licensing, so they couldn't use a lot of the crossovers. No Savage Dragon, no Spider Man, no nothing. So they had to do it a different kind of way. It's still
So I
palatable.
will. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean
I
to
was
cut you
saying
off.
it's still palatable. That was all I was gonna say.
Hmm. So I will say there is one live action adaptation that I really did enjoy, that a lot of people hated, and that was DC's Titans. The live action Teen Titans adaptation was, in my opinion, it was really good. I liked seeing some of the characters. I think the casting choices were great. Um, the story is a little bit of just like emotional, like garbage in the beginning, and it's gargling its own balls of how like much it can torture the main characters. But it starts to get a little bit good after about the first 5 or 6 episodes of the first season.
Okay, I gave it 3 episodes because I really wasn't feeling it. And then somebody sent
It's a
me the
slog.
end of it, and the ending was really good, but I couldn't put myself to actually watch the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. The first 4 episodes are a complete slog. It is, like I said, it's literally just emotionally torturing the main characters to set up their like stories for how they play out. And then once you get through the first 4 or 5 episodes, it starts to actually pick up and get good where they start actually doing, Titan stuff. And then it starts to really pick up at season 2. Season 3 kind of falls off towards the middle. But that's just because there's some stuff that like happened plot wise that I really disagree with.
Yeah, and see, at the same time, I was watching Doom Patrol, and that was phenomenal in
Doom
comparison.
Patrol was good.
So like, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Now you're making me want to do it.
Like I said, it's one of those things where the first couple episodes are an absolute slog. Like I kind of had the same thing with this is an anime, but I had the same thing with Jujutsu Kaisen. Like Jujutsu Kaisen, the first like 2 or 3 episodes are kind of a slog. Then when you start to get into it and shit hits the fan, you're like, hell yeah. And then I read the manga and I was like, this shit's just fired. It's peak. And I'm like sitting here like, yeah, in 10 years when this shit gets done being animated and I'm an old ass man, like I'm gonna be hyped still waiting for this shit to come out.
I really want to see the Akari fight. Like that is what I'm most keyed up for, but I'm a huge fan of the series. Joe should be here any second. He said he's firing up his computer right now. I'm guessing he has to get his generators going and all that good stuff.
Generators? Like,
I'm
does he
joking.
live somewhere
I'm fully
without
joking.
power?
I'm joking.
I was about to say.
But who says firing up my computer? I don't know.
Well, I was about to say, does he live like with no power? Because I actually know a guy who streams on Twitch who lives off the grid. He literally has a solar farm in his backyard and he has homemade batteries that he made to like connect his house to for power. He doesn't have like any plumbing or anything. He's like an off the grid guy who happened to buy internet.
Yeah, see, that person can say I'm firing up my PC, and that actually makes sense. But I'm gonna leave that alone.
True.
So, have you seen any of Hood JJK?
I don't think so, but I did watch something that was pretty hood that was a JJK coverage. Does that count?
I mean, it counts. It's just not quite the same.
Yeah, there's this guy called CJ DeChamp.
CJ is funny.
I love CJ DeChamp. When I was watching him do his coverage of JJK, I was dying the whole time. That dude, man, I wish I could repeat half the jokes that he makes.
Yeah, that's pretty much Hood JJK as well. He actually just recently did a thing on Demon Slayer where he talked about the main villain. I forget the name of the main villain, but the Michael Jackson looking demon.
Mm-hmm.
And he came to the same conclusion I did, and it's like, this is the most trash antagonist of any anime so far. And I'm like, finally, somebody else. Yeah, Muzan. Finally, somebody's saying it, because Muzan is like one of the biggest bag fumblers in all of anime history.
That's crazy. See, I don't watch much anime, so like the last anime that I watched was Violet Evergarden, and that was with my ex-boyfriend, and I was just doing my best to not cry like a baby the whole time.
That one was beautiful, though.
Oh my god, the story. Did you see the movies? The movies, like like I feel like my eyes were permanently strained from resisting the urge to cry for the whole second movie.
I can see why that happened. I didn't watch the movies though.
Oh my god, they're so much sadder than the show. They found a way to just emotionally torture the audience for an hour straight.
That sounds great.
It is. It's phenomenally done. It's the saddest shit I've ever seen in my life.
I'm guessing you haven't seen what was that anime called? Oh, I can't think of the name of it, but like the first episode like basically makes everybody cry. Oh, what was it called? Damn, why can't I think of it? Look it up.
I'm looking in chat. Grave of Fireballs, Angel Beats, Arcane. Are those it?
Grave of Fireflies? No, it wasn't any of those. It's about like a pop singer.
All right, chat. We got weebs in chat. It's about a pop singer. What is it?
Oshinoko.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, this one was gut-wrenchingly brutal.
It's not Arcane. We could stop guessing Arcane.
It was always Arcane. We just didn't know it yet.
Oops, all Arcane.
What is taking this asshole? I want to get to the defensive genocide already. I need him to defend this. Oh, he should be popping in any day now. And I'll keep saying that for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah. Went from 6 to 7 to 7:15.
Right? I'm telling you, white nationalism is never punctual. Your Lie in April, that was... I don't remember watching that one.
See, a lot of the anime that got shown to me was from my ex-girlfriend, and that's the reason I think I hate anime so much, because she made me watch so much stuff I just didn't like. And I've been told it's kind of like slop as well.
I mean, there's a fair amount of slop.
Oh, it was the sloppiest.
I feel like a lot of anime are kind of like Stephen King books. They start off really interesting, and then they just never stick the landing.
See, with the animes that she showed me, they were all pretty bad. I can remember a vast majority of them. Like she showed me Sword Art Online, Fate Zero, The Devil is a Part-Timer, Red Riding Hood, Psycho Pass, Death Note.
Psycho Pass was actually pretty good, but it was basically a Minority Report.
I couldn't get into any of them. I was just like, oh god, ugh.
Death Note was so far up its own ass and doesn't deserve any of the accolades people give it. Half of Death Note is good. Which half?
Oh no, am I gonna start arguments in chat?
I mean, when you bring up anime, is kind of what happens.
That's...
Oh, I have to unban him. Damn it.
Avatar: The Last Airbender was good. That's just an objectively correct take. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Avatar: The Last Airbender is an 8 out of 10, and the only thing that could have made it better is if it wasn't designed for kids. If they had more violence in the show and they did a better job of portraying how serious the war was in some circumstances, would have easily been a 10 out of 10.
Damn, my ban list is amazing.
Technically, it's not an anime. Is this one of those things where we're going to say Cowboy Bebop isn't an anime as well?
Cowboy Bebop is definitely an anime.
Is The Simpsons an anime?
By Japanese standards, yes, but in reality, no, not really.
Yeah, see, well, everybody's just going to fight about this now.
Let me shoot him another invite just in case.
Akira's based. I love Body Hoarder, so Akira based.
And then, well, for good old body horror, you also got Made in Abyss right now.
See, I have been told things about Made in Abyss that I cannot repeat on stream that make me not want to watch it.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons to not want to watch that anime. It's extra cringe, extra brutal, and I like half of what I feel is they made the main character's children to lull you into a false sense of security for the horrible things they're going to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, there has been a lot of stuff that was like that during my lifetime that I've seen, though. Like, Happy Tree Friends was a great example of that. And like, I didn't mind that. I mean, it was just like violence for the sake of violence.
In this case, it wasn't even that. It's wrong.
I mean, that's fair. Like, there was another pseudo anime that was not released in the United States called Corpse Party that one of my friends got me to watch, and that was just violence for the sake of violence too.
That is good stuff.
Yeah,
and he has
it's
arrived.
What up, y'all? Sorry, I'm a little tardy.
He did it on purpose.
Tardy to the party, Leith. My bad.
So what's the deal with you using colored people time?
Well, you know, I lived in the hood for so long, kind of rubs off on you a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to revoke that.
Oh man, you know how hard I had to work for that? Jeez, dude, I had to put in mad work for that invite to the BBQ.
So, Maita, this is Kung Fu Joe. Kung Fu Joe, this is Maita.
How do you do?
How goes it?
How goes it?
I don't want to misrepresent you in this, so it is the statement that, how do I put this? Where is it? Because I think I typed it out earlier. Where is it? So, being gay is a preference that is ruining humanity.
Yeah, that sounds pretty accurate, I guess.
Okay. So, did you want to lay out what you have to say first? And by all means, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh yeah, hey, what's up, you guys? Those who don't know me, I'm Kung Fu Joe. I'm mostly stream fighting games, but I like doing politics once in a while and philosophy stuff like that. I guess I'm pretty far right as far as politically on the spectrum, and so you know what comes with all that. That's about it.
Awesome. All right, well, go ahead and kick us off.
Oh, yeah, well, I mean, we are having kind of like a birth rate crisis here, not just in America, but kind of like around the world. And I just don't see, any reason to promote like LGBT anything really, as far as like cultural movements like Drag Queen Story Hour, Pride parades, you know, overrepresentation in EV video games, movies, things like that. I think we could afford to kind of step back a bit.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, when you say promoting like LGBT ideals, do you mean this is like a personal practice or something that is done as a celebration?
Yeah, well, I guess either one of those. Like, I think for the individual, the personal practice isn't good for the individual. So it doesn't seem to be good for the individual or the society, in my opinion.
Okay. How would you determine what is good?
Well, I'm a Christian, so that would be kind of like my my guideline there.
Perfect. So when we're talking about Christian ideals, right? How would you create a system fundamentally which imposes the idea of Christian ideals onto a society in a way that is both logically consistent with the idea of Christianity while simultaneously being posited in a way that is also consistent? Because I'm sure, as you know this, and I would assume you probably also happen to fall into this camp, most of the principles that are founded within both the Old Testament and the New Testament are not followed by 99% of Christians that happen to exist today.
That's your statement. That's your claim.
Yeah. So I can give you an example if you'd like.
Sure. I mean, I kind of understand what you're talking about. Like, there's low church attendance among the different groups and things like that. Yeah, I see that Christianity has its problems for sure.
So sure, but I'm not necessarily just talking about the religious practices or like ceremonies. Yeah, I'm talking about the principles that lie within those. So a great example is in the Old Testament. Like there was an excerpt from the Old Testament that stated, "When a man spills his seed willingly, he is to donate 3 doves to his local priest or preacher." I would assume you probably don't participate in this tradition. 90% of Christians don't participate in this tradition because it is an antiquated tradition that is presupposed on a society at the time, which will not hold up in modern standard. So, like, how would you differentiate how we decide what principles or which teachings we use from the Bible compared to what are practical in modernity without having the moral principle itself be the cause or the root of that?
Well, so what you're citing is the Old Testament.
Sure, but I recall in the New Testament, the disciples of Jesus, when they specifically wrote the Bible, stated that they were there to reaffirm the word of God, not change it, that the Old Testament was still the most valid word of God, but it was unfinished and needed to be expanded by the new prophet, Jesus Christ, when he came down to earth. This is when the introduction of things like the secular and non-secular like versions of Christianity and Catholicism kind of started to split apart in a major way as a result of like polytheism.
So there's a little bit of a gap in like the knowledge there. Like, no offense, but are you a Christian by any chance?
I wouldn't say I'm Christian. I took theocratic studies. I am somewhat well versed in theocracy and the studies of religion, but I was born and raised a Catholic. I converted to Christianity as a result of the parent that I was with at the time being a part of that church, and then I became a agnostic theist later on in life.
Okay, so you were a Catholic, and then you became like a Protestant for a while, and then you became what you are now?
Correct.
I see. Okay. So the thing is with the Old and New Testament is that when Jesus came, he fulfilled the law. So he fulfilled the Old Testament, which means we no longer have like, over 600 commandments. We whittled it down to 10, then Jesus kind of whittled it down to 2. So he's like the fulfillment of the law. We still have the Old Testament as like a reference to kind of like what we came from as Christians, and we can see the contrast between the Old and New Covenant. That's kind of why they're both part of the Bible.
Certainly. And I'm just morbidly curious. When we talk about the moral principles that are within the Bible, is there any way that you think that we can meaningfully detach those from the stories that are told within the Bible, or do you take the position that all of these things must be true?
Oh, I'm Christian, obviously, so I think that these things are true. But I also understand that the Bible is written like Jesus speaks in parables a lot, and that there are a lot of kind of like parable type speak in the Bible, and that's why I do not believe in the practice of like sola scriptura, where people just kind of they feel like they imbue themselves with the Holy Spirit, and then once they got the Holy Spirit, they can just read the book and know what it's talking about, right? So I don't engage in that practice. If I have questions about the Bible, I talk to my priest.
Certainly. So when you say that like there are things that are in the Bible that are spoken as truths, even if some may be like more hyperbolic in some regards, I would say that there are a lot of things that it would seem that exist within the Bible, specifically in the book of Revelation, or even in some of the other books, that don't necessarily have any form of grounded or based in reality like substance. Because we would be able to track a lot of these things. A great example is like the Great Serpent. We talk about, or sorry, not we, the people who wrote the Bible, the authors talk about a large serpent in which was, sent down to threaten the people of Earth that was the size of basically a continent. I feel like we would have a skeleton or some form of anything that would suggest that that would have happened. So I'm just like curious how you sort of detach the storytelling of the Bible from the moral principle.
Just well, like for that specific story, like I'm not too familiar with that. Like, so I'm a catechumen in the Orthodox Church, which means I'm in the beginning stages of my, coming over into that faith. So it's like any of those things that I'm not too sure of, I'm just going to defer to my priest.
Okay. And don't get me wrong, I feel like a priest, because I've spoken with many priests and preachers in my days. I'm personal friends with a priest because my father is a hero of the church. In his local church, he comes by and does blessings on both my house and my father's home to ward off spirits, unwelcome guests, etc. And I often talk with him about some of the conundrums that I have about converting back to Christianity or Catholicism. And he often tells me that when I feel misguided or if I've been misguided, that I need to understand that the word of God isn't necessarily perfect and how it will reflect the authors who spoke it versus the man who said it will be to some level of disconnection because it is secondhand. And as a result of that, I would say the moral principles of the Bible and how we look at morality, which is presupposed by the Bible in a somewhat subjective way, are something that we can look at and say that we have derived some level of utility from as a society, and it ought not be thrown out because the storytelling makes it more digestible for feeble-minded individuals, whether they be younger, children, or people who just need to find some level of conviction in their life without taking them to the most literal extent at which they are written as.
So is this like the Jordan Peterson argument, basically, about hyper truths? Yeah, this is the same argument Jordan Peterson makes about the Bible. Like, well, he's like, well, it's not a question. Well, what the heck do you mean by true? Well, it's about the things in the Bible could be hyper true. What does that mean? Well, it means that they are relatable. And he goes into that whole spiel about like, well, who cares if it's literally true, right? Because it still has utility as a story. So like I'm familiar with that approach. Like, is that the point you're making?
I guess I would have to know more about it to say whether or not it is the point I'm making or if I agree with it, but it sounds like it's somewhere along those lines. Yes. I think, well, I mean, it would also depend. Do you believe in subjective or objective morality?
Well, as a Christian, I believe in objective.
Okay. So like moral relativity isn't something that you would like subscribe to then?
No, that seems absurd.
Okay. Well, what if I told you that moral relativity is actually something that is presupposed by the Bible?
Well, that would be kind of like, what do you mean? If it has rules for everybody to follow, it's not everyone's subjective following of the rules, right?
Well, it's not everyone's subjective following of the rules. It is a slight shift or deviation away from the original moral principle that was proposed to be more fitting to a general like idea. In that case, it would be more vague, less descriptive, and more prescriptive. So in the Old Testament, there was specifically a book that regarded specifically treatment of slaves. However, in the New Testament, there was a denunciation of slavery in its entirety. This is a moral relativist framework. It is not objectivist, as one cannot presuppose the other.
Well, but again, we're looking at the contrast between the Old and New Testament. Correct?
I agree, but do you think that the Old Testament should not have relevance then?
It does. It has moral relevance. So we kept the moral laws from the Old Testament, but we did away with the other, like Jewish law, like over 600 other commandments.
Well, I'm morbidly curious about that though, because the Torah, the first 7 books of the Bible, is a Jewish book. It was written about the Jews for the Jews, and by extension of that, there was a lot of the principles in the Torah are based on the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were written in Old Aramaic, which are derivatives of the Dead Sea texts, which are the ancient Semitic texts. These are things that are intrinsically linked. Even Jesus himself was the king of the Jews.
Okay.
So, I mean, it seems like... Yeah,
where are you confused?
Well, because the moral principles that were originally presupposed in the Bibles were contrasted and juxtaposed by the New Testament. And it seems that you're taking the position that we are not changing any form of moral standard when that's exactly what happened in some regard.
Well, yeah, because Christ came as was prophesized, and died for our sins, fulfilled the old covenant, and enacted a new covenant. So that's why we no longer have to stay away from bacon and worship on Saturday, things like that. The rules have changed. The Jews that rejected rabbinic Jews, which is most of modern Judaism, they reject that Christ is the Messiah, right? So they kept all those old laws because to them, since the Messiah has not come to fulfill anything, and we're keeping all of the old laws. That's the difference between the Christians and the Jews today.
Well, we don't necessarily keep all the old laws because there were a lot of things, I hate to harp in this, but back to the Old Testament, were specifically...
I mean, the Jews do.
Oh, okay. My apologies.
The Jews do. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not super well versed on... Well, I'm a little bit more well versed on the Torah than the Talmud, but I know you want to talk about that one. Yeah.
No, we don't have to go there
for TOS sake. Yeah,
we don't have to go there, but
yeah, no. I was gonna say, when we look at some of the original principles that were in the Old Testament, another great example is I believe it was the Battle of the Amalekites. There was originally a principle within the Old Testament that talked about how the men, women, and children of the Amalekites should be killed because they will just grow into enemies of God, and they will attack the kingdom or the Holy Land. When we have the principles that were presupposed in the New Testament that talked about how we ought to teach forgiveness for those who live in sin rather than trying to enact conquest upon them. So this seems like another... Well, it seems like another relativistic idea, not a objectivist one.
No, because let me see. Can God do anything evil?
I think by definition he can, right? There was the book of Job. I would argue that was evil, was it not?
No.
Well, so God was tricked by Satan into taking everything away from Job that he had previously given him. He killed his family, his animals, burned down his farm, and gave him the plague.
God cannot be tricked.
It's in the Bible that it stated that he did.
Yeah, he's not fooled. That Satan tricked God.
Yes,
that's what it says.
Well, no, it doesn't. I'm not sure the specific language.
Okay,
but
yeah,
the principle was the Book of Job, the moral principle or the foundation for this was that God gave everything to Job that Job desired, and then
I'm familiar.
As a result, yeah. So in this specific circumstance, this would be a instance of God doing evil because he was fooled, tricked, deceived, put in a position where he wanted to show Satan that he was capable of doing these things and that Job would still worship the good nature of God because it would be better to have gotten the things and been thankful that he had those experiences rather than had never had them at all.
So this is a subjective interpretation.
Sure, I agree. I just want to know how. Well, this would fall in line with my ideology, though, because I'm a moral relativist. So I don't believe in objectivity.
That's what, yeah. Well, see, if you had the context that the Christian understands from that story, it would make more sense to you. Because right now it seems a bit hypocritical. Correct?
In what regard?
Like God is like, oh, well, how can God be all good if he did all this to poor Job, right?
I mean, I think God can be good and do evil things. I don't necessarily that would make God evil.
No, God can't do anything evil. That's not his nature.
Do you think to kill is evil?
Yeah.
So when God smited the serpent in the book of Revelations and killed it, so that way it wouldn't be a threat to humanity, this would be an example of God doing evil.
I'm sorry. Well, you asked me, like, if I think when humans kill, I think it can be evil. Yeah. Well, actually, killing, if you said murder, I would say that's evil. I would say murder is evil. Killing in itself is not inherently evil, in my opinion.
I would agree. I don't have any quandaries with that statement. This is why
I
specifically framed it the way I did.
So we agree that killing is not evil.
Yes, I would agree.
Okay, so when God did the killing, he wasn't evil, right?
Yes, I agree. But this is why I pushed back against the position of when I asked you, is killing, evil? And you answered yes. I was like, well, I have to push back
right,
against
but
that.
I heard, I'm sorry, my apologies. I heard that the wrong way in my head. I guess when I heard killing, I thought about murder. So my apologies for that.
Okay, fair. Well, we can move past that then. So another thing that I have that's an issue with like moral objectivism, right, is presupposition of how those rights or how those beliefs are put onto someone. So I assume you believe that God gives people rights, correct?
No, I don't think so.
So if someone doesn't have a right to life, then this isn't something that is given to them by God.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so then
it's kind of like, yeah, he doesn't guarantee any kind of rights for us. He just gives us commandments to follow. Right? Because God's not killing us. It's mostly we're killing each other, or it's chaos, or it's nature. That's kind of like what we die of, right? It's not like God coming and wringing our necks, right?
Yeah, I agree. But in the Bible, it talks about how God protects his loyal servants, correct? He is the shepherd and we are his sheep. I understand that the idea or the principle of evil, and which comes from that of the Antichrist, Satan, whatever you want to call it, can introduce this chaos as you've introduced into the world. How would I say, or if I were to ask you to give me an example of how someone can definitively prove the idea of God protecting one person over another, how would you define this to me in a way that could be applicable on an individual level?
It's The thing is, it's not. I don't know what you mean by applicable. It's just kind of like this view of history that God has kind of done things in favor for one person or another, but not for that person's sake. It's more what he does when he takes actions, it's for the greater good.
Can you give me an example of an action that you believe God has taken?
I don't know, like you could say he helped guide David's stone so that it hit Goliath square in the spot where he would, get one shot killed, basically.
Could I ask you for an example that doesn't exist within a religious text that presupposes upon itself?
Well, what do you mean? Because
So,
after Jesus comes, God no longer, he fulfills the old covenant and begins the new one. So God no longer like directly intervenes in the same ways that he did in the Old Testament.
okay, so like if there is like let's say hypothetically, right? There's a little 6-year-old girl. We'll call her little Jenny, right? She's one of God's creations, blonde hair, blue eyes, the works. And she's walking down the road and a car's about to hit her. Do you think it's possible that God could say, well, I'm going to move her 3 feet to the left so she doesn't get hit by this car? And let's assume she gets hit by the car anyways. Is that just God turning a blind eye to little Jenny or Susie or whatever her name was?
No, it's just the nature of the fallen world that we live in.
And do you think that there's any reason for that? Do you think that
Yeah,
humanity could be within
Yeah.
order of God?
Well, that's what he asks of us. Yeah.
And
But
just out of curiosity, why do you think that that doesn't happen?
because of the original sin. Because basically, Eve kind of fucked it up for everybody, and it was Adam's fault too for not being in charge and asking, "Hey, woman, like, where'd you get this apple?" Right? So we all got screwed for that one.
Well, actually, I'm morbidly curious about that because you talk about the original sin proposed by Eve. This was a revision. It was originally Adam and Lilith. Lilith was the one who canonically broke the Bible story.
So I don't know if that's your claim, then that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the original claim from the original ancient Semitic texts. It was Adam and Lilith who were the first two humans. Lilith was the original creator of sin. It was later wrote in that it was Eve, actually, as a mistranslation.
I don't know. They don't teach that in my church, and the Orthodox Church is like the oldest ones, going back to the apostles. They wrote the Bible, so I mean, I think if there was any mistranslations, like they would know about it.
I welcome you to ask your local priest or preacher about this. I'm sure they will tell you about this because Lilith was originally portrayed as a demonic figure by nature before even the original sin was created. This is by extension as a result of the curse that was placed upon Lilith when she was created as a result of being well, I'm sure you know how Lilith was created. There was a rib that was taken from Adam and it was placed into a mud golem, and that is what created Eve as a result of the curse bringing her to life and giving her sentience.
It's like the mud golem. Yeah, that's like an old Jewish story.
It's in the first 7 books of the Bible, so I would expect it to be Jewish in some regard.
Yeah. No, I mean that's just not what's taught in my church.
That's fair. Different churches, different denominations teach different things. I'm not saying
Well, so is the original one, so I would trust I would trust their telling of church doctrine, since they are like the first church that the Catholic schism from.
Okay. No, I'm again, that's fine. I think it's entirely fine. Um, that's not
She's
taught.
from Jewish. It says Lilith has no. I just looked this up out of curiosity. It says Lilith has no place in Eastern Orthodox Christianity. She's a figure from Jewish folklore, not mentioned in the Bible or recognized in the Orthodox doctrine, liturgy, or tradition.
Correct. She is from the ancient Semitic text, which the Bibles are a derivative of. In the original Hebrew text, she was from the book of Isaiah. I'm sure you know this, that the Bible consists of multiple different books in which are collaborated together. The book of Isaiah being one of them. But again, as a
Right.
result of the translations from Hebrew to Aramaic and then to English, there were some things that were lost.
Well, actually, Paul already knew these languages, so I mean,
Sure.
the thing is, like, you could say what was lost, what wasn't, but the thing is, like, God knows what's going to happen, like, ahead of time, even though we have free will. And so, if I absolutely trust the fact that He has the power to put the words that we need to follow, like, into reality. So when people talk about, oh, lost text this, or that, and I'm like, well, nothing happens without God first, like, putting a stamp of approval on it first, right? So that's just the way I see it.
Let me chew on that for a second. Because there's a sort of issue that I have, because when you look at the sort of principles or ideas and how they were established prior, even with the failures of translation and like the sort of moral claims made by the Bible, like the interventionist nature of how it seems the Bible posits certain things or certain canonical or biblical demons would work, versus how angels or other entities like God would intervene, seem to more strongly weigh on the side of things like evil. So when you talk about stamps of approval for like things such as behaviors, I would assume in regards to things like behaviors and ceremonies, what stops the interventionalist
No, I
nature?
meant on what when I was talking about stamps of approval, I was talking about what ends up being in the Bible. So basically, the knowledge is available to us to see what's in the Bible and to also look into the history of who might have the most accurate telling of the Bible. That's what I meant by stamps of approval. I meant that he's going to present a way for us to find his word and to translate it.
Okay, so do you think, with that in mind, is there any chance, even a 1% chance, that you believe that there is an interpretation of the Bible that may come from like the Episcopal Church, the Mormon Church, or even like the Church of potentially Scientology that might have a more accurate depiction of the Word of God than what you have read within your Bible?
Well, I think the more accurate question would be to what's taught within my church. So the Eastern Orthodox Church has a history of succession, basically. Like they pass down each teaching, kind of like how you would think of like a martial arts school. Like the master teaches to the student, who becomes the master, who teaches to the student, who becomes the and then so that's like the Catholics have the same thing. They have a lineage of the teachings and the readings of the Bible. And so that's what I look at as more of like a solid foundation for finding like what are the correct translations from the Bible versus Protestant, sola scriptura, which is just, well, let me just read the book on my own, and I don't need to like a priest with authority from generations after over 2,000 years of passing down this information.
Okay, so when we talk about, I would assume Eastern Orthodoxy is probably in line somewhat with what we would call typical Russian Orthodoxy or like Catholic Orthodoxy that is like sort of done over there, in which things like homosexuality, fornication outside of marriage not for the sake of procreation and adultery are also considered to be like very, very immoral sins. Like, I struggle to believe you're an individual who's not partaken in these things. Is this correct?
Oh, I have. Well, when I was younger, I'm 42 now. Like when I was in my 20s, I mean, yeah,
you
I
were
was a
probably
terrible
slaying,
cougar.
bro. Listen, I get it. Like, we've all been there. You were drowning in it. We all were at one point. But this is sort of to my point, right? When we talk about this adultery or these things that happen within our lives that are a manifestation of sin, as outlined even by your own religious beliefs, why is it that you can take a look at yourself in the mirror and you can say, I am a holy man, but you can't do the same to someone who participates in homosexuality?
No, sir. No. Oh, hold on. I think you kind of you got me all wrong here. So it's very possible you could meet somebody that you would call like homosexual, who is less of a sinner than myself, right? Like, I recognize that as a Christian. It's like it's very possible that whatever sodomy might be this person's only sin, where I have more than him. I could consider myself like chief of sinners. Like, that's how I see myself as a Christian now. It's like I'm not a holy person. I'm a deeply flawed person who has a lot of catching up to do.
I think we got back into where we were going from the beginning, which is that Joe believes that homosexuality is a preference, not a reality.
Sure.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what you were poking around for.
Yeah, that people are actually gay and it's not just a preference.
Well, yeah, and that's why I kind of tried to loop back into it, because I wanted to make sure that I had all of the ideas straight as to how he arrived at this conclusion. And this is why I sort of asked if I had assumed naturally that he viewed himself as like a man who exists within a holy nature, but I guess I was wrong about that. And this is why I would even say, like, if you talk about someone who lives in sin, right? I believe pretty much all of humanity lives in sin to that extent. So why ought I project my morality onto someone who lives in sin if I view myself as someone who might be in a position where I am deeper in the sea of sin than they may be?
Is that what you think I'm doing?
I think you admitted that. You said that it's entirely possible that there are men who commit acts of adultery, such as sodomy, which may be less sinful than you are in your life currently.
What I meant was, why do you think I'm projecting, why do you think I'm projecting anything on them?
Well, because because you're presupposing that we ought to live our lives in a way in which we are free from sin or attempt to avoid sin to the utmost extent that we can, while you are simultaneously admitting this was not the case within your life at all.
Well, when I was an atheist before, so I didn't believe in God. I didn't believe in objective morality. That was just what I operated on back then.
Okay, so how would you then, as an individual, convince somebody like me who believes in subjective morality that you can give me an objective principle that exists without describing it in a way that doesn't undermine your own argument in this case when it's based on religion?
Why? I don't get it. What do you think it is that would undermine? So my argument is just basically that I don't want like a social promotion of these types of lifestyles. Right? Like, that's not me casting down judgment on any individual person. or, you know, calling myself holier than thou or anything like that. That's just like, let's say I consume pornography, right? Can I consume pornography while at the same time say that it should be illegal?
I mean, I don't think that it is like logically consistent to do so, but I think you can, sure.
Why not? Why wouldn't it be logically consistent?
Well, if you're going to make an ought claim for how we should live within a society or a system, then I think it would be best that you don't violate that claim yourself.
Sure, but my claim is that the harmful part is it being in society, and that the only reason I have access to it is because it's allowed. And I could do it, feel wrong about it, feel like it's still wrong, and still like succumb to it because it's a very powerful thing, right? It's a very powerful temptation to some people. But I'll bet that, you know, they could still feel terrible about it. And then if it just weren't there, then it would be impossible for me to keep disappointing myself by, you know, relapsing back into this type of, you know, porn, cigarettes, whatever it is, you know, like name the thing. And if I could say, yeah, I consume these things, but I would still say, yeah, ban it, make it illegal, make me have to, you know, quit cold turkey. I think that's logically consistent.
See, it's tough for me to agree with that because when you're when you're working within an objectivist framework, it's very hard to create a line and stay on that line throughout without creating some level of gray area or violation of the rule that's being created. Like, not to be bad faith here, but I'll give you an example, right? You believe in objectivism, I believe in relativism. I believe that you are wrong. I want you to tell me why you are right and then describe what right is without using a relativistic term. It'd be impossible for you to do.
Well, okay. What do you mean? Well, the thing is, if you don't believe in, if you just believe in relativism, then how can I give you an objective standard when that's not something you subscribe to?
Oh, absolutely. You can create objective standards within relativity. These are done through, generally speaking, mathematics. The problem is...
Well, here, let me see if I could test this. Like, do you think just having an attraction in itself, like, is moral? Like, if, like, sexually or whatever, like, whatever your attraction is, do you think just having that attraction is enough to just say, yeah, good, you know?
No, I would say that generally I wouldn't. Well, I would say that there can be moral weight that is applied to something like attraction, but I don't think that again, I believe it's relativistic. I believe that you can have two consenting adults who are attracted to each other and can participate in sexual activities behind closed doors and it be done in a moral way. In the same way, I believe that you can have an adult attracted to a minor who wants to do sexual activities with them and it be immoral.
What would, like, why is one moral and one's not? Like, what? Why would it be? Okay, so if the two consenting adults of the same sex, like, why is that moral when they're both actively harming each other?
What is harmful about it?
I mean, well, the much higher rate of STDs. Like, what do you think carries more risk, anal sex or vaginal sex?
Well, do you think that all gay men participate in anal sex exclusively?
No, but I know that a lot of them do.
So, yeah, and men and women who are in heterosexual relationships also participate in anal sex.
So
wouldn't the same standard apply here?
yeah, it does.
Okay, so then why are we presupposing one standard in which we hold gay people to when we talk about sodomy, and not on the flip side of the coin advocating against this when it comes to heterosexual couples?
I don't disagree with you.
Well, you do, because I believe it's relativistic in regards to how we hold moral standards.
Well, I know you do, but since I'm being objective here, I'm being morally consistent. I'm saying that, the male-female couple engaging in anal sex is still just as immoral as the same-sex couple doing it.
Okay, so when we apply this moral principle, if you are to apply it consistently, do you believe that there will be a circumstance where there are more people who are committing acts of sodomy within the LGBT community than there are within the straight or heterosexual community?
That's not. Why do you think that would matter to me?
It would matter because when we use a hierarchy of principles to decide what things create the most tension within our own moral or ideological frameworks, we ought to attack the one that exists within the largest categories, not the smaller categories, which would be less relevant, as to not create an uphill battle for ourselves as to how we do these specific advocacies. So
they're different. They're different. These are different. These are different sins, right? So the thing is, we categorize them by the act, right? It doesn't mean that one's more or less moral or whatever. It's just kind of like laying out the rules so that you can understand them.
So, sure, and I agree with you. I think when we're talking about the rule or the subset of the rules that are created as a result of a specific ideology being implemented, those can be implemented universally. However, in this specific case, you started off by saying that you believe that gay people having these specific behaviors is a problem, and it wasn't until I mentioned the heterosexual part of the community who do these same behaviors at a much higher rate that we're now backtracking to we should talk about this as well.
No, what do you mean? I've always maintained a consistent standard here. Is there any area where you feel like I'm not maintaining a consistent standard?
Well, I don't think that you're not maintaining a consistent standard. I think that what we're having
So what's the issue?
Yeah, so I think what you're using is typically referred to as selection bias, where there is as I said before, a hierarchy of principles in which multiple groups have the same application of a problem in which you view as intrinsically wrong to your ideal system, society, or your worldview, in which you're choosing a subset of groups in which are less frequently committing these actions than the larger sum of gain of people. And instead of working down from the top towards the bottom, you're working from the bottom
up.
I
think I see where you're. So it's not just the doing the actions isn't like the biggest problem for me. It's the promotion of the lifestyle.
Sure. So let me ask you this then. Because I'm someone, believe it or not, who tends to be a little bit more conservative in this. I have a body count of 4. I've only had sex with 4 people in my life, 3 women and 1 man. Just to be clear, if people ask me about my sexuality, I tell them. But I don't go out of my way to hide the way I feel about specific people. I don't think that promotion of sexuality, objectification, or using conquest as a justification for sexuality is something that's good. I don't personally believe in participating in pride parades or things of that nature. So we might be able to touch base here. If those things didn't exist in the social hierarchy or the hierarchy of principles that I believe in were the standard rather than the exception, would this be something that you would agree with when it comes to the LGBT community?
I mean, well, let me just tell you my view, and you let me know if it fits within what you're describing.
Sure.
So I believe, being same-sex attracted or whatever, trans, like that, to me is like we all have our cross to bear, right? Like we all have our personal sins that we commit. Some are more visible to the outside than others, right? So when I see same-sex attraction. It's just that's your cross to bear, basically, right? Like how you deal with it is ultimately on you. It's not up to me to cast judgment on you. I'm not your God. We all have the same God. But that's it. Basically, it's like, do I want the better for you? Yeah, I do. I mean, do I wish it was a sin you could conquer, like for your own sake? I would. And so in that regard, I'm not anyone's like judge, right? All I worry about is kind of like the social movement, social pushes, like sneaking kind of Trojan forcing these things into media that is especially like directed at children where they're more like impressionable. It's just the celebration and promotion of the lifestyle and like normalizing it is the part that I have an issue with. It's not that I'm just like judging everybody based on whatever their sin is, because it's not my place.
Sure. So, in this regard, as I sort of stated before, if we lived in a society in which homosexuality was still prevalent to the extent that it is today, but there were not things like pride parades, would that be a more acceptable reality for you than what you see today?
So it would be like the 1950s.
Well, I mean, I'm a 1960s era classical liberal, so that falls in line with my beliefs,
Oh.
yes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like if it was more of kind of like a private matter, then yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really have any business kind of like sticking myself into your home, like in your bedroom. Like what goes on there is not my concern, right? Like I said, that all these things like same-sex attraction, that's like your own personal struggle. So I think maybe we are aligned there.
So, sure. And when I talk about how we implement these things, right, in regards to like pride parades, I think that I don't like talking about this because I'm a nationalist, even though I am a liberal. I bleed red, white, and blue, capitalism through and through. I'm that kind of guy. I own 13 guns. I don't care if you are Republican or Democrat. If I believe that you are the person who is the best pick for the job, I'm going to vote for you. But I hate to bring this up because it's a dumb leftist talking point, and I hate saying it. But rainbow capitalism is the major contributing factor here. The ability to be able to sell an ideology as a whole to people within a specific month, or as a whole to a group of people who are otherwise potentially ignorant to it or who are willing to support it, is one of the major issues. But one of the things that I talk about a lot is how the reformations of the capitalist system, in regards to how we ideologically presuppose certain things onto people, is something that is a major issue. I think that if someone doesn't want to participate in a holiday or a tradition or a set of celebrations, they not ought feel obligated to do so, in the same way we shouldn't project our own beliefs onto kids within the educational system. But it seems as of right now, both the left and the right want to do this in a way where nobody's taking it off the table, but rather just trying to stop the other side from doing so. Would you agree with this sentiment?
Yeah, it seems like it seems like a retarded game that they're kind of playing with each other. I'm not the type of guy who's just like defends capitalism to the death type of thing. I do believe it can become crony. I think it is crony right now. So yeah, I think I probably agree with you there.
So sure, and I think that maybe the underlying problem that you might have here isn't necessarily with the group or the groups that are partaking in these celebrations, or that happen to have their ideology being used to promote a different economic system, but rather the economic systems and the underlying factors in regards to how those ideologies are manifested by the current parties that exist within our political landscape. Because we see very high rates of LGBT individuals in places like Sweden, Poland, Luxembourg, etc. But we see nowhere near the level of pride parades or social acceptance for these things as we do within places like the United States.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I agree with you there. So Leith kind of knows my beliefs on this. Right, Leith? Like,
I do. And
it's
thank
kind
you for the
of the
raid,
reason.
Horseradish. Appreciate it. Welcome, Raiders.
It's kind of the reason I got kicked out. The last time I got kicked out of Leith's server was because he said I was peddling conspiracy theories. I have to correct that. I don't deal in conspiracy theories. I believe conspiracy theories are for nut jobs, right? So I only peddle what I can prove. So he kicked me out, or his admins kicked me out because I posted like it was this long page of all these CEOs of like different porn companies, whether they be like gay or straight, and he noticed that they're all like a certain an individual of a certain ethnic religious makeup, let's say, and so that they're very hyper aggressive at kind of using crony capitalism to kind of astroturf like these things into the culture, right? So they use the crony capitalism and the lobbying to kind of push these things, at us through the market.
So, sure, I think I get what you're hinting at there. And I can't help but realize that it seems if the individuals you're talking about to sort of dance around saying what we're speaking of exactly here, these individuals and how they operate seems to have changed drastically within the last few years, with the largest political action committee within the United States and arguably within the West backing the current leader of the free world, Donald Trump, and largely having a lot of political influence within the United States economic and social sectors in regards to how things are allowed to be said about their host country. There have even been federal laws and state laws that have been implemented that stop people from participating in certain things like
not a
protests, anti-BDS laws, etc. So as you, somebody who even proclaims to be on the far right, how do you sort of engage with this idea that your party is the one that is actively being infiltrated while presupposing the projection of infiltration on the opposite side of the political spectrum?
Okay, well, if I'm far right, you think I have a party? You think I have a party that represents me and what I stand for?
I think that you have a party that ideologically aligns with you on probably a majority of issues, but probably doesn't necessarily have a minority of those subsets or important issues that happen to be within those like parameters.
So let me tell you, I feel like pretty hoodwinked by Trump. He talked a lot of good shit on the campaign trail where, like, I thought he was going to morph into like Ron Paul or like Pat Buchanan, like I was like, I thought he was almost going to just transform into one of those guys, right? He was talking that much good shit, like, oh, I'm going to be like America first all the way. And it's funny because like Nick Fuentes was like off in the distance, like, don't believe it, guys, it ain't going to happen. He's trying to shoehorn in JD Vance, agent of Teal. It's all part of the game. Don't fall for it, guys. But I took the bait and fell for it, and slowly but surely, Trump seemed to flop and reverse course on every campaign promise that he put out there. So I'm extremely unhappy. Leith knows this. I've expressed it with him. Trump is. He's been a disappointment, to say the least.
Okay, so I feel like if you can sort of come to the realization about that, do you think that there's any possibility that the same type of people, the same type of leaders are ideological figureheads that are presupposing their ideas and their ideals in regards to how they practice not just their religious systems, but the religious systems that are being interpreted in a specific way are also being done to you in that regard? And if so, how would you deviate away from that?
Yeah, so this is, I think I think what you're talking about is what we call the dispensationalism, kind of like where people like Ted Cruz use this verse from like the Schofield Study Bible, where it's like, those who bless Israel will be blessed, right? And they have to kind of play ball and follow along with the Israel lobby because they want to be good little evangelicals, right? Like, yeah, so that all comes from like the 1908 Schofield Study Bible, where this dispensationalism kind of crept in here. And when I say Zionist, I'm not only talking about like the Jewish folks within that section. There's also the evangelical Christians that are Zionists by definition too. So
Sure.
this is a problem. Yeah, this is a problem.
I don't necessarily disagree with your notion. I think we might have some disagreements on the semantics and how it would be relevant, but I don't necessarily disagree with the notion. But what I'm trying to say here is that if you feel like you've been duped and you feel like the person that you supported with Donald Trump told you the things that you wanted to hear and gave you the reaffirmation of your preconceived notions about specific things that were going to happen, well, who's to say these aren't the same things that are happening with the religious leaders that you follow to the utmost extent in which you can?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like goes to an earlier point I made about, God being all powerful and all knowing. Well, I believe one thing that he would keep intact for us would be the word, right? Because we still have the free will of whether or not to follow the word, but I think he keeps the word intact for us so that we always have that choice. We always have the choice to either to follow it or not to. And that's why I believe that the church was built from the beginning and keeps that tradition of apostolic succession to keep the word and the translations of the word intact.
Okay, so that leaves me to wonder
Now,
because there are,
yeah,
obviously, I think that you would probably see that in regards to the Eastern Orthodoxy that you seem to practice under, you can see that there are differentiations between different sects of the Orthodoxy. There are specific places in, like, let's say, Russia, Luxembourg,
there's
Estonia,
Russian,
Bulgaria.
Greek.
Sure, Greece is a big one because they started a lot of the Orthodoxy movements.
Yeah, they're all connected. So here's the difference between the Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, and like the Catholics, for example. Like one of the main reasons they schismed, or that the Catholic schism from the Orthodox, is when they adopted the papacy. That was seen as a heresy, and they see that the Romans did it to seize political power, right? In the Orthodox Church, they don't believe in one guy being like the head of all the churches. They believe in what's called like being a first among equals. So you could be like the head guy in your nation, but you're still equal to the other heads of the other nations within that church, So they're all in communion with each other. So there's like the Antiochian, the Greek, the Russian Orthodox, American Orthodox, are all in communion with each other to keep each other kind of in check and make sure that, they're not losing tradition, translation, liturgy, any of that type of thing.
So I wish I could believe you about this, but as a result of talking just with my local preacher, I know that there have been rewrites and new editions that are being created of Orthodox Bibles as of 2023. And it seems like there are certain things that are being passed down from this new centralized idea that falls under these religious texts that was not true to the original concepts. And even now, we can see that within some American churches and within some Greek churches, the Bibles that they're using are not even close to the traditional Bibles that are being used in the Russian Orthodox churches. And as a result,
there's a little bit of there's a little bit of that going on within the Orthodox Church. So there's kind of like this call back to like what they call monasticism, because they're seeing like some of these changes. So there's people within the church that want to do a call back to the old, more like monk-like practices where they just get all their teachings like handed down from the monks and then it's very strict, very conservative. So like the church that I'm currently going to, it's like an Antiochian church, and they follow a more like monastic form of orthodoxy where they're trying to take it back like as classical as they can. They have like a romanticism for the further back you can go, the better. Whereas what you're talking about is probably like a modernization movement.
So it's interesting that you bring that up, because earlier when I harpened back to the Old Testament in regards to how it reflects the New Testament, is there an arbitrary line that is set by this church that stops you from going back to the sort of pseudo conquest is good, slavery is good type of ideology that was promoted?
It's not like more conservative in that sense. It's more about what the church expects of you that's more kind of like strict, I guess. So like some people in my church have been catechumen for like 2.5 years, going like on 3 years, because they have to be chrismated or baptized before Pashka, which is like Easter. And if you just don't hit all your marks for like, what you're supposed to do, and you don't hit that by like Pashka to receive your chrismation or your baptism, then you have to like go on and wait another year, basically. So it's like, it takes a lot to like get into the church, right? Where there's like different churches where it's just like, oh, okay, come welcome in, we'll just dunk your head and you're good to go, right? This is more like call back to the old days when being Christian was like illegal, and they really had to see if you were all about it, right? So they really put you through the ringer before they could say, okay, you're a parishioner. You are now, you can now receive the Eucharist at this church.
Okay. So again, that also leaves me to wonder whether or not there's some level of arbitration that's being done here, because it sounds like there are these strict rules or these subsets of rules that are expected to be upheld within the people who are trying to obtain some level of acknowledgement of the church. So I would assume naturally, if this is a very conservative church that exists within very strict like affirmations, there are things like Lenten that you participate in, Eucharist, like penance, like anointment. Are these all things that are done by the church as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so when someone with, like, let's say, cancer in the church has been diagnosed, or sorry, someone in the church has been diagnosed with cancer, like, is there an anointing ceremony in your church for the individual who is sick that is done by an officially recognized priest during Holy Communion?
Yeah. Well, they would, I guess they would receive like a personal blessing by the priest.
Well, see, and this is why I wonder, because there are very strict rules for like anointing the sick, Eucharist, and even some of the other like ceremonial practices that happen in regards to like prayer, fasting, when it's supposed to happen.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure they have those. I'm just not sure like what in particular, like for this example that you brought up, like a person with cancer, like I'm not sure what the exact procedure would be. I would have to kind of like ask like what is the requirement? Like what would they do in that instance?
Yeah, sure. And this is why I say that when we talk about different churches and different like forms of ceremony or even like celebration of the church, it seems like there's still this system of arbitration in which there are specific things that are, I guess, designed by nature to be phased out as they exist as this sort of part of like antiquated celebration or ceremony, or it would be like what you would call conventionally like more problematic
Yeah.
to celebrate in mass. And this is why
Right.
I specifically ask, how do you sort of arbitrate these things within a framework of how you ought to participate in ceremony or celebration? Because it seems
So
like it would have to be an all or nothing.
Well, no, I mean it's something that's debated, and they have meetings over within the church because they understand that we have to, you know, as the parishioners, we got to live in the world, right? Like we got to go out there, work our 9 to 5s, like take care of our kids and stuff like that, and we can't be as involved in the church as some of the more old school, like monastic type of people would like us to be. So, as far the big debates are in regards to like attendance, you know, because especially for like catechumens, like if you're a catechumen, you have to show up like 3 days a week, I think, to church. So it's very demanding of you. So there are ongoing debates about like how practical how practical is it to keep certain practices or certain schedules that are so demanding, like to the point to where it makes the catechumen or parishioner, it makes them ineffective in the world, to which they can barely take care of themselves because they're putting so much time and effort into the church. So that's kind of like where the debate lies right now. They're trying to find out like where's the line for usefulness along with the most like fulfilling experience of attending church and learning the faith, I guess.
Sure. And I think this kind of loops back into what I was sort of saying before, that when we talk about how arbitration works in regards to ceremony and celebration that exists within the church, you hit the nail on the head. It can't be pragmatic to participate in all these things that used to be done within the church as a result of society around us being formed or being morphed into something that is no longer sustainable for a church to be able to have commissioners and longtime churchgoers participating in all the ceremonies that were originally outlined within the Bible. But this is all relativistic, right? So when we talk about how relativism plays its role within religion and religious principles, it seems like they deviate away from this objectivist nature even in their origination.
Yeah, I mean, well, these are matters of like attendance though, which is like not the same as, excuse me, hold on. Got a little sniff of something. It's not as the same as like, well, which one of these rules or sins are still useful to apply to people, right? Like, because if you like take a sin out of the Bible, right, you say, well, this is no longer a sin, it's not going to make that thing no longer a sin, right? Like that was inspired, divinely inspired to be in the book, and just by mankind taking it out doesn't mean it's gone.
I agree, but this is where the hierarchy of principles comes in, as I stated before. When we talk about things like, in this case, homosexuality, this would fall under one of the deadly sins of lust. If you could get rid of things like lust or war, which one would you get rid of?
Well, I mean, why would it matter which one I would get rid of?
Well, the fun part is because that determines in arbitrarity where your hierarchy of principles lie. If you think that lust in regards to homosexuality within the church and society is more dangerous to society than that of war, it shows me your level of reasonability and how your outlook on society is.
Well, hold on. Well, war in itself isn't intrinsically bad. It's not like a sin to go to war, right?
I recall war being one of the 7 deadly sins.
War is one of the 7 deadly sins?
Was it war? Or was it? Oh, no, sorry.
No.
Wrath.
Wrath. Yeah,
Wrath, not war.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when we talk about wrath versus like well, I realize how I got there now. It was lust in regard to the application of homosexuality, and wrath in regards to how we have the principles of war. So if we can get rid of one of those two things, right? Lust and its founding principles that lead to those things, or wrath and in regards that leads to war, which one would you deem to be in regards to your hierarchy of principles, which would you deem to be more devastating to humanity?
I don't know if I have a hierarchy of principles like you imagine. Because the way I see
that
these
is terrifying.
I'm just saying I know I have a somewhat of a hierarchy, but I don't know if it applies here because all these different sins are intertwined in my view. That one kind of cannot resist. One could lead to the other. One could also maybe not even exist without the other. I feel like all these sins are kind of intertwined.
In a roundabout
lust, lust has been the cause of war, right? There's a lot of stories of that throughout history. Where just going after the wrong woman can put you at war, right?
But
so
that would
it's
also
I
play
see a lot
into
of these
envy
things
as well, and greed.
Yeah,
I get where you're coming from with this, but I think that the underlying principles of the 7 deadly sins here are ones that generally also have that hierarchy, right? So we don't necessarily need to apply this multifaceted approach to how we view how things may be, because while it might have multiple contributing factors, it's usually a major contributing factor with minor contributing factors. And this is why I say, if it were up to me, obviously I would get rid of things like wrath rather than lust, because the history of mankind sort of has been shaped by bloodshed. But a lot of these things in the modern day, how we view war and how the different principles of wrath apply to different leaders, and how they are sort of creating systems of both oppression and repression of individuals, is a lot more detrimental to modern society than what we see in regards to lust.
I don't know if I agree with that, because I see lust can contribute. Like when it comes to war and killing and stuff, it's like it's rarely done for just no reason, right? Like it's rarely there's always another reason behind it, whether it be greed, lust, envy. A lot of these other things can be the cause of the war, of the violence. So they're all intertwined. I see them as all things to avoid, because they could all lead to the worst thing on my hierarchy.
Sure. And what would the worst thing on your hierarchy be?
Probably rape, murder, killing of the innocent, that type of thing. I guess that would be the worst
Sure.
thing you could do, like an individual could do, on an individual level.
So let me ask you this then. When you talk about killing of the innocent, murder, rape, etc., wasn't this whole conversation founded on the ideology that led you to the position that you could have a genocide of gay people in defense to something like a social pressure being created?
What do you mean, a genocide of gay people? Where would that
So when you have the suppression of an ideology in its totality to the point where it no longer is allowed to exist, and as well as how those means of suppression do exist, that would ultimately lead you to a complete erasure of a specific group or subgroup of people.
Why?
Correct?
That seems like a leap. No, that seems like a pretty big leap to me. How would it be an erasure? It would just be an erasure of the things like we talked about earlier, with these things being very visible in the culture. And I said I would prefer if it was more like it was in the 50s or 60s, right? You kind of agreed with me and said you were like a 60s era liberal.
Correct. So But the difference between, I think the difference between the logical conclusion of how I would apply these things and how you would apply these things lead to different outcomes. So,
well, you haven't really asked me how I would apply these things.
Well, I can make a guess, but feel free to explain.
To be fair, no, don't guess. You should. I'm here. You could ask me. You could just hear it straight from
I want
to
hear your explanation. Yeah. I am actually, I am excited to hear it now.
Yeah, great. I mean, so it would just be a social. I wouldn't really need to, I wouldn't need to like make a law or anything like that. I mean, I would make more laws in favor of Christianity, maybe like let Bibles back into school and stuff like that. But I don't know if I would I wouldn't make laws against. I don't know. But I mean, it would just be more of a social movement against certain things like pride parades, and a promotion of, more traditionally Christian values.
Sure. So let's look at that, right? So from someone on your side of the ideological line, you would want a promotion of ideological beliefs that fall in line with your Christian values, or your more orthodox values. And you would do this through creating laws which incentivize people to participate in certain types of behaviors by your own admission.
No, not laws. It would just be more like social and like propaganda.
So you would use propaganda to influence people to participate in certain things that you deem to be valuable.
Yeah, like the family, creation of family, getting, married, women being wives and mothers and homemakers, all that type of stuff that existed before feminism.
But this is in contradiction to the thing you just said, where you said specifically you would create laws that incentivize the promotion of your ideals.
No, that's not a law. That's just propaganda. Propaganda is not a law.
I'm just using what you said because you said that it was a law.
No, I said propaganda.
Well, before, when I asked you about these things and gave you the opportunity to explain it, you said that you would create laws that incentivized specifically the things that lead to the outcomes you desired through social programs.
No, you can't. Yeah, I don't. Well, I'm sorry. I must have misspoke there. You can't really make a law to do that. I mean, you could just lobby or however, pass, whatever, however they use.
What would you
whatever
pass?
Means. Well, you know how they what gives Biden the right to hang like a LGBTQ flag from the White House, right? What gave him the right to do that?
I mean, there are laws for that. Like, it's freedom of expression.
Okay,
this is within the Constitution.
So he created a law in order to hang a gay flag from the White House?
No, he didn't create a law.
That's how Biden.
He used his constitutional provisions as president for freedom of expression to hang that.
There we go.
Flag.
Okay, that's what I endorse.
Okay, so you would say that if you were put in power, you would use your constitutional provisions of freedom of expression to promote things that you find to be desirable.
Correct.
And those things would not need a law to be to prosecute or to repress any individual. They would do it through naturalization.
I would just like pump money into propaganda. Yeah. Like, I don't know if you would need a law to do that.
Well,
I mean, I assume the Democrats pass laws in favor of gay rights and stuff like that all the time. So, like, what would be wrong with it going back the other way if that's the case?
So, sure. When we talk about this, there were many laws that were passed at the state level because obviously federal implementation of things that are not outlined within the Constitution are significantly harder to pass as a result of requiring House, Senate, and congressional approval to be able to get there. So within their relative states, we have seen many instances of Democrats passing specific legislation that allows them to include LGBT representation within academic systems, in the same way that we have seen places like Texas, which created a state-sponsored propaganda campaign for Brave Books, which was a conservative set of books that went against liberal and progressive ideas that were backed by many like media influences, including but not limited to people like the Hodge twins. And generally, this is something that is done on a state level, so it can't really be protested since it's not outlined within federal provisions of the Constitution. So it's not necessarily that you would be against these things moving in one way or another. It seems that you're more upset with the social political climate of the United States, which the country I assume you live in, being more on the progressive side than the conservative side.
I don't know that they are. I think that we're seeing a big kind of pendulum swing back the other way. A lot of people are very openly, vocally against a lot of these, you know, they're seeing too much gay stuff. They're like Target, I don't think has ever recovered. They continue to kind of fail. And a lot of people remember, yeah, that was the pro, gay store when it came into June. Bud Light, I don't know if they ever really recovered, but a lot of other businesses are taking notice that when you participate in this thing, and a lot of the country has like this gay, LGBT fatigue, then it's probably a bad business practice to keep going in that direction. And so why do some businesses keep doing it? Well, I think it's, manipulation of the kind that I mentioned earlier, right? And that's why I see a problem, is because the country, it used to be like 90% white, I think, in the 60s. And now it's like something like 60% today. And the biggest group of atheists in the country are white men. So the atheism and all that sexual freedom and degeneracy that comes along with it seems to be hitting white people the hardest, which is why our population is declining so sharply. And that's a bad thing in more than one way. So the thing is that like, what is good about this? Like, why would it be good to promote something, this act of sodomy, which is all I see it as? I don't see it as an identity. I don't see it as somebody's identity any more than I see alcoholism as somebody's identity. It's just an act to me. So I don't know, like, why are there so many conversations about rights and stuff around this act of sodomy? And that's all it seems to be. It's just like a sexual preference, celebration of sexual freedom.
Well, I mean, I guess I could give you multiple different answers on that. Like, you talk about like how it seems that white men are the most impacted by these social movements. It seems like you talk about birth rates going down. Do you think that there is any correlation in regards to how white men are impacted by social movements that exist within countries that they attempted to colonize, which were not sustainable? Do you think that if white people had stayed in Europe rather than trying to colonize the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, that there would have been a different culture around white people within the world?
No, I don't think that's what did. I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you asking like if conquest was self-destructive or something, or?
Well, conquest by nature is self-destructive. It's a manifestation of one of the 7 deadly sins, and it was attempted to be justified during manifest destiny, which is intrinsically immoral by the Bible's own standards. Do you think that white people are potentially going through a punishment that happened of their own prevail through their immoral actions?
I think they are their own worst enemy in that regard. Yeah, I mean,
and do you think that God
sees
sees them as bad?
Does God see the white people who are screwing themselves over by promoting LGBT and
it can be
atheism? Yeah, I mean, do you think So you're asking me, do I think that God sees the peddlers of these type of ideologies as bad? I would assume so.
So, and you admitted by your own expression that you believe this to be mostly white people. So wouldn't you arrive at the conclusion that God is punishing white people for the expression of their actions, which are intrinsically against the word of God?
I don't think he's punishing only white people, because the thing is, if white people go down, then the whole world kind of goes down. Everybody suffers with the loss of white people, in my opinion.
I don't know about that. Asia's looking pretty
Well,
damn
you
good
don't,
right
but
now.
I don't know, maybe. But do you think they're going to let everybody else in? They kind of prefer that they stay Asian. I don't know if you noticed that.
Well, I don't.
They're not big on
necessarily.
immigration.
Well,
They're not very big on immigration, especially the Japanese.
I agree.
They might have to be a little open to it now, but
well, I agree that it seems like most Asian countries are relatively strict when it comes to immigration laws. But I've given you a sort of, I would argue, a prophecy that exists under your own ideology, and it seems that you're sort of not receptive of the idea that even by your own admission, this would be something that would be deserved by your own ideological beliefs.
Deserved. But so, what do you think? Do you think God wants a certain number of us, which is happening, to recognize that this is a flaw, that that this is a self-inflicting evil? Yes, I understand that. What we have to do is recognize it and speak out against it.
And let me ask you this. When you recognize and speak out against these things that you perceive as sins that come as a result of a differing ideology of people, and when you have these people that are being sort of put under the thumb of the maker or the thumb of the God, and they're lashing out against others in a way that would be considered unjust, doesn't that just further condemn them or damn them to their own fate?
No, you don't have to lash out or anything. All you got to do is look at their fruits, right? Like, by their fruits you shall know them, is what he tells us, right? All I have to do is point to them, how they live, and what their preferred societies would allow, and they look at that logically and say, wow, that is a terrible place. I would not want to live in. And then that's how I would just get more people to choose my side of the fence rather than that side of the fence.
So, sure, and let's assume that to be true, but wouldn't your side of the fence, in terms of this ideology, be one of those who justified the original large sin of manifest destiny? Do you believe that white people ought to be the predominant race of the world and achieve that through any means necessary?
I mean, I don't know, like, what do you mean by that? Like, how would they be in a different... Can I ask, like, would they be in a different position than they are now?
No, I'm saying if tomorrow all white people rose up and they took back a white hegemony and the power structures that existed throughout the world, do you think that this would be an objectively good thing?
Well, so here's the thing, is that it's not that I'm promoting whiteness or promoting white people above all others. It's just that that is the group I've noticed is being targeted the hardest. And it's a little weird, and it seems like something to be weary of, because why is this group known as white people being so aggressively targeted to become a minority? It seems a little strange, and it seems worth taking notice of, and perhaps that there's something nefarious behind it, and that there might be, there might be some white people might just, now hear me out, it might just be worth it to save white people if they have such an aggressive enemy, right? That what I perceived it to be. It's not that I'm super pro-white anything, or I believe that one race is greater than the other because I'm a Christian. I can't. We don't believe that, right? But I do think it's a little strange that there's this one group that's always targeting this white Christian group very aggressively over thousands of years, and it seems just a little weird and something to be weary of.
Well, I get what you're hinting at, but like when you talk about white people being a minority, white people have been a minority on this planet for thousands of years, right? Like even in the original conceptions of the Bible that you described,
they still are.
The original
people
were a minority. So it seems like what you're concerned with is the idea of white people being a minority and not a majority. But I think this is projection of your ideology because you realize how poorly white people have treated minorities throughout the world and don't want to be put in that position.
It's that's here's I got more to say on that. White people, here's the thing. Minorities seem to treat each other pretty poorly as well, right? When we got to Africa, who gave us black people? It was other black people, right? Selling it like, oh, you mean you'll give me this boomstick for 5 of these guys I don't even like, because they put the bone through their nose through the left instead of the right? Oh, yeah, you could have them, like that's how terrible people are. People just suck in general. It's not a race thing. Like this whole racial thing is a social construct, right? Now, what I'm talking about,
Joe. I agree with you, but the problem is we're also conveniently ignoring that the most drastic hit to the white population was World War I and World War II, which was brought on by you guys.
Leaf knows that I disagree with this narrative as well. He knows that I know who funds both sides of those wars, and I believe that we should have never been involved in World War II or built the bomb, and that it's all goes back to the same group over and over again. They're like the well that keeps on giving. But yeah, I mean, I agree that World War I and World War II was a very successful slaughter of white people.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, dude.
I mean,
I read in deeply on a lot of this stuff,
I get that. I'm just morbidly curious though. Do you think that there's any possibility?
Just like this Ukraine war, this Ukraine-Russia war, it's also another successful, slaughter of white people that's conveniently going on, thanks to us a little bit.
Well, this seems like the one that you would support, though, because of a lot of Ukrainians were descendants of Jews because they were held during Ukraine during the Holodomor, because when Stalin originally made the pact with Hitler, the non-violence pact, there were a lot of Jews who were imported into the USSR as a result of having keep watch on them, and they stayed in Ukraine, and they even created some of the larger more ethnic groups in Ukraine who were descendants of Jews.
Right, but a lot of the people getting killed on both sides are Russian by ethnicity also.
Sure, I don't disagree with that, but I don't look at it as I view people dying as bad. I'm against war. I don't think that white people should be targeted. I don't think that black people should be targeted. I don't think that brown people should be targeted. But it seems like when you describe yourself as an individual who is far right, you think that there is a subgroup of people who should be targeted. And if this is the ideological belief that you hold, why is it intrinsically negative when your own ideology is used against your people?
Well, see, that's just you kind of projecting onto me here. That's not my view.
Then I apologize. Please explain.
Yeah. I'm, like I said, is that I'm not for targeting of anybody, because the thing is, a lot of this stuff, the damage is self-inflicted. It's like accepting, what is the bargain? Darn it, Faustian bargain, right? It's like, is this small group, this small ethnic religious group, does it really hold that much power over us? Not really, right? It's just that we allow it to happen. And so a lot of people are talking about, we're in the era of the great noticing. I don't know if you've heard that term before. Yeah,
before we go too far, before you get into this all the way, We've been going for nearly 2 hours, so like I'm gonna open up the conversation soon and ask some questions from the chat. But please continue.
Sure. Yeah. So, the thing is, I think the noticing is going to correct a lot of these things. Um, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. Like, I think that um, there's a reason for this. Like, we are in, or I guess maybe we're in the end times. Like, because a lot of things are happening very rapidly, and that's just where we are. I've always seen it as a holy war, a spiritual war. Like, there's politics involved in everything, but behind that all, there's a spiritual, holy conflict going on.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would just. I don't know. I don't want to loop it. God damn it! I don't want to loop it back into the Jews. I really don't, because this just feels like it's every single thing I bring up. Well, because there is, like I said, there's a series of things that have led to the death of Europeans that seem to be perpetuated idealistically by like Europeans, right? So outside of World War I and World War II, we even before this had the Catholic Crusades, where they estimated 3 million Europeans died, which was like almost 12% of the population of the European population of that time. And then even in the 1930s and the 1940s, we seen certain people like Irish, Italian, and other what you would call traditionally white Europeans coming to America being prosecuted and even put in like internment camps in the United States because they were thought to be spies of different agencies. And I know who you probably think has to do with that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying. Like I'm being completely dismissive here, but I'm not trying to do it in like a way that's like full of ad hominem.
The concept of whiteness. It's interesting that you bring it up. Yes, what happened? We all used to be, Polish, Italian, German, British. Like, what happened to that? Those were real identities that we all used to have. How was it that we all got rolled into this one group called white, right? Like, it's weird. And then so I look at the link, it's like, who kind of like leads all these social movements where that makes up all these, they end up writing philosophies on these things like, oh, there's like this thing called whiteness and Asian, whatever. And I think whiteness is just more of an umbrella term that they use to encapsulate what Christians are. Like, I think that, most of what we call white people were the Christians that helped spread Christianity to each continent. And I think that it's more about them being of Christian descent than of what we call white descent. I think that's how we kind of all got thrown under this label of white and kind of lost the different identities of British, German, French, what have you.
Don't get me wrong. I think there was a sort of homogenization of the idea of what whiteness was to include more people. But I think that this term became more broad with all kinds of people. It wasn't just specifically white people. There was also a time where we acknowledged the difference between someone from Trinidad and Tobago, someone from Morocco, and someone from somewhere like Papua New Guinea, all as being fundamentally different racial groups, but then we just started calling them black people. In the same way, like there was differentiations between people who came from Mexico, people who came from Brazil, people who came from Argentina, who all became Latinos, or all became like I'm going to get woke scolded for not using the Latinx by someone somewhere, but I don't care about that. But like who all became like Latinos or Hispanic. So when we see this homogenization of people, it's because, as you said before, race is a socially constructed thing that can include multiple people that is a perception or a perceived set of like traits or otherwise physical attributes. And the problem is this didn't just happen to white people. It seemingly happened to like everybody. So I don't necessarily see an intrinsic problem with that because if anything, it would only be people who are of specific ethnic or racial groups that were established before a certain time or certain date that wanted to have a sense of what you would otherwise call like a national home or a national presence that would be upset by this. But the issue is a lot of Americans seem to be most upset by this sort of idea when the United States was never traditionally white. It was descendants of people who came across the land bridge who originally like inhabited these areas, and then they became colonized later. Very similar to what we've seen in other places like the Ivory Coast in Africa, which has a declining white population. I'm sure you love this one, Rhodesia, and even in places like South Africa.
Yeah, those are, previous like colonies where they just, I don't know, empires overstretch and then they create colonies they can't really like hold on to, anymore. Like that happens, sure. I mean, but the thing is that, white people have created some pretty good societies, and I think those societies are worth holding on to, and the people and the culture that created them, I think, are valuable. So when I see kind of like such an aggressive attack against them so that they kind of lose the very thing that helped them become successful in the first place, which I believe is Christianity, because like I could look at the different races and say and see like what is the thing culturally within them that is self-damaging. So it's like within white people, like what the group we would call white in this country, I would say, atheism and feminism is damaging them very, really badly. Just like I think like a gang culture would be damaging like the black group in America, like not having fathers in the home, glorifying, thug culture or gang culture. I would see that as kind of like they're the thing that is self-damaging to that group, right? So all I'm looking at, I'm just kind of like taking an overhead view and of these groups and seeing like what's causing the damage, and that's all it is really. It's not me arguing for like the superiority or inferiority of one or the other over the other.
Okay, so, and this is why I kind of want to harp back into what I said before, with a little bit of an expansion on that. I don't advocate for the removal of any people. I don't advocate for the like sort of ethno supremacy. I don't advocate for any form of repression or targeting of any group or subgroup of people. I believe that if people can coexist in a way that is cohesive or conducive to a pragmatic society, then I have no problem with them. And this is why I say that it seems when I apply these standards that exist within the biblical structures and the ideology that you subscribe to, I would be an individual who had reason to believe that a god or a gods might be upset in some circumstance or in some way with a specific group of people and may have otherwise punished them for their previous actions and misuse of the biblical structures to justify both genocide and the mass killing of innocent people in the past. And I don't know how I would, if I was someone of this ideology, I don't know how I would come to terms with this, because this would be a victim, this would be a victim complex that for the first time in history might be entirely justified.
I don't know. I mean, like that's if that's your personal interpretation, like fine. The way
Just
I
to be
see
clear,
it is
it's not because I'm not religious.
No, I'm just saying if that's your personal yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, well, I mean, that's a thought, I guess, but the way I see it is just that before Christianity, we are all very rough around the edges around the world as humans, right? And then just because we got it now doesn't automatically mean that we just turn into perfect Christians the next day, right? Like we're talking about um, like a perfect way to live in a fallen world, and we're an imperfect species trying to follow the example of a perfect man, right? And that is not going to happen overnight. That's going to take a long time. Like, we're still not there yet. Mankind is deeply flawed, but the smarter we get. It's just kind of like the saying goes, like, God never changes, only we do. So our understanding evolves, and we evolve with the word and with the teachings, right? It's a lot to catch up to.
I agree. So I think that when we look at how these principles are applied, it didn't happen overnight. I think that there is a lot of underlying structures that we can learn from the moral principles that were created by the Bible, and some may even still be like important or relative to this day. I think it's a very well written book. I, however, believe that the Bible can be used to justify a lot of actions and consequences that can happen to specific people, which can lead down a dangerous path in regards to how ideological composition, in regards to morality, can be viewed as to how you treat those people or how those people ought to be treated. And this is my problem. When you have an objectivist take on the Bible versus a relativistic take on not just the Bible, but on how morality works, like I do, you can use those actions that happened in the past with an objectivist ideology to justify the current or concurrent systems that exist in the present or the future.
So here's the thing, right? Like,
Wait, let's
now,
get the last words, and then I got to ask the questions, and then
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
open
done.
up the conversation.
Sure.
But it doesn't have to end. I'm just going to open it up. Go ahead.
Okay. So the thing is, like, I trust the interpretation by my church of like what it is to be Christian or what's not Christian in practice. And I believe that, by that standard, we can look at other things that, what Christians do and say, like, well, is that Christian to do or not? Like, or does that give you the right to do this or that or not? Like, I think I trust in the church to not, start slaughtering people in the name of God, right? Like, I believe that they have a coherent enough understanding of God's word that we don't do that it doesn't lead us to do things like that. But on the other hand, atheism would, right? So it's like, if I was just an atheist, if I were to just take a secular shot at this, the outcomes would be way worse, right? So, like, as an atheist, I was what you would call, like, I guess, a human supremacist, right? So it's like, my concern is like, the success of the human race being the most important to me, right? So under that regard, having no underlying structure like God to, like, just the supremacy of humans, right? Well, there's no room for gayness, right? Because gayness is not an advantage to the human species in any way, right? How would homosexuality give us any kind of, like, leverage, like progress, or what benefit would it give to mankind as far as being a species, a successful species?
Okay. Well, I mean, since we're going into
Why
the
don't you get the
final
last
opening,
word?
yeah, I will not retort the argument, since I will allow him to have his last word, and I will just end on a quote from a very wise man. The Forsaken stands on his hands and knees only when he realizes he faces his judgment, not his salvation.
All right, so I'm going to move us to the semi-open room. And turn my camera back on, because that's what we do. And everybody can be heard, or should be able to be heard. Why is mine muted? Something wrong with this room all of a sudden? Okay, we're all good. All right, so the questions, they're all for Kung Fu Joe, of course. First question was, Joe, have you had anal sex with a woman? Are you muted in here? What is going on? Let me fix this. Yeah, it shouldn't be muted.
It's push to talk only in this channel. I just had to set a keybind.
Ah, let me change that. That's something new. Should not be push to talk. Da, da, da. That is odd. Well, Joe, if you can set a push to talk button for right now and while I fix this particular thing. Okay, don't see that permission on it, but let me see. It should be speak. So voice activity. That is weird. Nope. I'd have to pick a different room. Oh, well, back to the old room, and then I will just bring people in if they want to come in. That is odd. I don't remember setting that permission. So if anybody wants to come in, by all means, I will bring you in if you hop in a room. And Joe, you can answer the question now if you can now speak. Nope, still can't hear him.
You switch to push to talk mode. You have to switch back in Discord. It's in, if you click the little cog wheel at the bottom, user settings, go to voice and video, it'll say input mode. It'll have voice activity and push to talk. Just switch back to voice activity.
Okay, I don't remember that ever being in that room, but fair enough. Kyle, what is your question for Maida?
Oh, I love questions.
Where do you think were the moments where you highlighted the other guy's weak points?
Hello? Can you guys hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
So yeah, your question was the anal sex dealy.
Yeah, when I was a young coomer in my 20s, yeah.
Was it good?
I don't miss it.
That's fair. I'm going to tell you it's better with dudes than it is with women.
Ew. Dudes are hairy.
Not the ones I'm with.
Okay, and so for Maida, where do you think were the moments where you highlighted the other guy's weak points?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I expected him to be a lot less logically consistent than he was, even though I think he's misguided. This is the reason that I wanted to push on his ideological beliefs in regards to his religion, to show them that the logical application of the things that have been done by specific groups throughout history could be viewed as conditions for punishment for that group, not just as a group, but as an individual being forced to live in what you would define as your own personal hell, which is something that is a condition that is outlined within the Bible for people who have beliefs that exist outside of the realm of rationality.
That covers it. So another for Joe, if race a social construct, and if it is, why argue about the death of the white race?
race, it's a social contract construct to a degree, but it's not. I mean, there are biological realities to race. We can see that African Americans can they can get different illnesses at a higher rate than white people, and vice versa. So it's not like nothing as far as biology, but I would say like the thing is that if they're being attacked so aggressively, there must be a reason for it. And seeing that a lot of white people are Christians, that's where I see it as a problem. It's not necessarily like the white race in itself, like it's not so much the race being important. It's the fact that so many within this construct that we call whiteness are the Christians of the world.
Okay. And then there was one more question to Joe from our good friend Jacanadar. How do you deal with Matthew 5:18?
Matthew 5:18.
Yes. Do you want me to read it?
Not sure. Look it up online.
For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth disappear, not the smallest letter, not the least stroke of a pen, will by any means disappear from the law until everything is accomplished.
Okay, so what's the question again? How do I deal with it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, Jesus dying on the cross is like an accomplishment. That was like a major fulfillment of the law of the old law. So I don't see a contradiction there.
I have a question for you, Joe, actually. Do you know who the person that I quoted was earlier?
You'd have to repeat it again, but
Oh, sure.
sounds like
The Forsaken stands on his hands and knees only when he realizes he faces his judgment, not his salvation. Do you know where that quote's from?
Is that from Christ?
No, that's a quote from my book. I wrote it.
Oh, you wrote it. Congrats.
Correct.
Sounds pretty Christ-like.
Yes, a lot of my writings are based on religious interpretations.
Cool.
Okay, so I misrepresented the last question. There was an update to it. So Jesus proclaims that not one jot or tittle of the Old Testament law shall vanish until heaven and earth pass away and all is fulfilled. Yet you blithely ignore commands like stoning adulterers, shunning shellfish, or banning mixed fabrics. How do you square this blatant cherry picking without admitting rank hypocrisy?
Again, this is the fulfillment of the law in Jesus's death, resurrection, and rise to heaven.
So, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much the same answer you're going to give either way.
Yeah.
And where do I find that book, Mida?
Well, I got a lot of short stories that I haven't published yet, but I'm gonna do that soon. I just recently started pushing out new stuff for my merch line, so Mida merch coming soon that will go alongside of my short stories and my artwork. But a lot of my stuff is based on the ideas and principles of old Spanish Catholicism, twisted in with H.P. Lovecraft and Junji Ito's Old Gods universes.
Nice. So Jack is saying it says not until the end of earth, not Jesus' death.
The end of that could be the end of the earth, meaning maybe like the old earthly law. Now we live under the new covenant. I don't think it means like literally the end of it.
Just out of curiosity, are you someone who believes in the concept of polytheism under Christianity, or do you reject that notion?
Polytheism. I mean, well, one of the commandments is to, worship no God before me. So that's kind of recognizing that there are other gods, right?
Sure, but like usually this is a point of contention within like Orthodox versus Protestant denominations as a result of acknowledging like the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit as different entities, which would be godlike entities. Which is a big argument in the church between polytheism and just like monotheism.
No, we recognize the Trinity as one and the same, like the same being sharing three different natures. They're not separate beings.
Well, fair
I
enough.
don't think that's polytheist. Yeah.
I've heard different interpretations, but I will respect yours as well as I do theirs.
No, yeah, that's kind of it's interesting. That's like an argument that Muslims like to make, that like, oh, that the Christians are also engaging in polytheism because of the Trinity. They attack the Trinity a lot as like being a polytheist thing. So I get it. I've heard that argument before.
Yeah, but just to be clear, I don't side with the Muslims either. I can't.
I know. I'm just saying, like,
I can't say the things that I want to say about the Prophet Muhammad on Twitch without getting all of us banned.
You and me both.
That's usually gonna be one of those sticking points. Even South Park had to chill out when it came down to that.
Jeez.
I would have gone further.
You got, well, it's just they're crazy about them real world consequences, and they don't care about dying for it either. So that's the scary part.
Wait, Jackie posting straight up Greek. Okay. So he pokes the Greek until passes away or vanishes the heaven and earth.
Okay, so here's the thing: is I don't make sola scriptura arguments, and as a catechumen, it's like I'm not the person to I don't engage in apologia. So it's like I'm going to just defer to my priest, because that is my spiritual leader. Like I'm not going to like argue back with a person who's practicing sola scriptura and saying, "Look, I'm reading it. It means this," right? Like I don't approach the Bible from like a subjective lens.
Fair enough. I would say personally that it's not fulfilled until Jesus returns, so I would think the law would still stand, but it depends on how you look at things. But if the law has been fulfilled, then there's nothing holding us to any standard by which we can't do those things at this point, because it's no longer a law under God of how these things function.
We could eat shellfish now, bacon.
Have slaves.
I love me some bacon.
I mean,
not so much the slavery part, but the bacon part I'm on board with.
Well, Christians got rid of slavery en masse in a lot of the majority Christian nations. Like the thing is, Christians didn't have power for a very long time. A lot of people take a look at Christians through the lens of presentism. They don't realize that, Christians had to hide a lot. It was illegal.
Well, I mean, that's because the Roman Orthodoxy and the Jewish Council controlled a lot of the areas that Christianity popped up in, and they
just anywhere it went. Even if you read about like the first missionaries in Japan, how the Japanese Christians had to hide, and how they martyred themselves. Just Christianity wasn't really warmly welcomed everywhere it went. It did, kind of glom onto a lot of people, but then the people in charge who worshiped something else always saw it as a threat. So Christians had to become martyrs or hide. That was like their only option back in the early times. It wasn't until kind of fairly recently where they ended up getting a lot of power.
Well, I mean, that's because a lot of Christian ideals were ideologically deposed by people of the times. While there were a lot of moral principles within the Bible that weren't outlined by other civilizations at the time, there were a lot of civilizations who rejected the idea or the concept of slavery over serfdom when the Christians came to propose that is something that is okay.
It's not okay. It's just that it was a reality. Like the Romans they were in control. Like there was some ridiculous stat I read. Something like a third of the population in certain parts of Rome were slaves. Slavery was very commonly practiced, and this was before. See, this is another thing. Is like around the 19th century or 18th century, they kind of separated slavery into two different classes, and they ended up calling one slavery chattel slavery, and the other was what's called indentured servitude. And those used to be the same thing back in the old ancient times, and now we consider them two completely different things, even though they're very similar in nature.
I mean, sure, depending on how far you go back, because there was also the implementation of serfdom, which was not longer after some of the concepts of slavery and even indentured servitude were being implemented. Like serfdom was much more common.
Well, in the Bible times, it's like slavery. All those things that you mentioned just kind of fell under the label of slavery. So a lot of times people sold themselves as slaves just to get away from poverty.
I don't necessarily know if that's true, though, because there's a distinct difference in a lot of, well, even parliamentary documents that are from the 13 and 1400s make specifications about the difference between serfdom and slavery.
It would depend. It's like some people can end up be a debt slave. It's like they could incur great debt, and the only way they could pay it back if they don't have the means to, financial means to pay it back, is they have to work it off. They have to become a debt slave, or they have to give away a child or something. That people used to sell their children to brothels to pay off their debt.
Sure, I agree, but there were also circumstances in which there were Christian denominational people who would have arranged marriages where their 5-year-old daughter would marry a 65-year-old king to be put in a position of power to uphold justice throughout that nation.
Yeah, sure, things like that happened. Is that an argument against Christianity as a whole, though? I wouldn't think so. I would just say these things happen.
Well, no, I don't think it's an argument against Christianity. It was just a response to your initial claim about how things were happening in a very similar regard. Whereas under the implementation of serfdom, there was also implementations of Christianity and potential slavery where similar things happened. If it's an issue of both systems, I don't think that proposing one or the other is necessarily a conclusion to draw as to solving that issue.
The thing is that it just basically says that to treat your, love thy neighbor, right? So if you go by that logic, you treat everyone as your brother or sister, then who would you enslave as a Christian, right?
Well, I don't know, but I feel like
Right.
Christians hold that like ideological concept as being invalid anyways. You love thy neighbor. If you had a neighbor that moved in that was a black dude with 6 kids and they were all Crips and they were banging out of the house, would you love them?
Yeah, I mean, what do you think I would want for them, right? What do you
Well, what
what do you
would you
think I
want
would
from
want
them?
for them? I would want them to, like live their best life. Like if they had to correct, get out of the gang, get into a better school, like, not just kind of, away with you or whatever. I would just hope things get better with them, or they try to course correct to a better culture for a better life.
Yeah, sure. Let's say they course correct. They say, "I found God. We converted to Islam." Like,
Is that a course correction? I don't
yeah, is that
know.
an answer for you?
I don't know if that's a course correction, because that's just leaving one gang to join another, in my opinion.
Oh no.
I mean, from what you're saying, with the whole love your neighbor and you want the best for them, like, why not do a reverse gentrification and start getting more, minority families into predominantly white neighborhoods so they can reap the benefits of being in those particular school districts and the culture that is so important to making sure they prosper.
Well, because like how would you keep funding, like if you take the culture out of it, then the funding for those good schools and stuff like that goes away too.
I didn't say take
How
the
so?
culture out of it.
Well, if you take the people who make the culture out of it, how does the culture stay? If you move in a totally different culture, they don't how are you, that's not how it works, right? Like if a big huge group of people comes in and they have their own culture, then they stay in that culture. They create, their little group to where they don't have to change languages or assimilate, because so many of them came in at the same time. They don't have to assimilate to the native language, the native culture.
Yeah, I'm saying like at a 2-to-5 ratio.
I don't, I don't know.
Just a
Look,
little
the
sprinkle.
thing
A
is,
little sprinkle.
yeah, no, the sprinkle's fine. We used to do that. That used to be the standard, was a little sprinkle, right? But then after, you know, 1964 Hart-Celler Act and stuff like that, where we completely changed our immigration standards, there was no more like little sprinkle. It's just kind of like floodgate type of stuff, and that's why we have. I would never imagine in like the 50s or 60s seeing a riot in downtown LA over ICE raids, right? Like that is not a result of sprinkling it in.
I can't help but feel like when you're describing these things, you're saying a big group of people come in and they don't believe in the same culture and they don't have the same language that is native. And you know, where have I heard this before? you know, it,
What it Go ahead. Yeah, I don't
yeah,
think it's a good argument, but
it's
the thing
manifest
is that
destiny.
no, that's not manifest destiny. Manifest destiny is like, oh, I'm going to come over this land, and if I can take it, I will, right? That's just like, this is the land, these are the borders we control, right? And we have a constituency that votes on how we enforce those borders. And like, is that something you believe in? Do you like democracy? I don't know. I didn't.
You know, believe it or not, I'm not actually. I don't believe in direct democracy. I'm in favor of a representative democracy.
Well, yeah. So, like, what do you think of what we have now? Is that
Uh,
fair?
I'm not a huge fan of the winner takes all system within the electoral college. I think an alternative vote or a runoff vote would be better for representing people within specific districts and would alleviate the need for things like gerrymandering. But generally, I am in favor of keeping the electoral college.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah. Like, if the the country generally, if they want really strict immigration, uh, is there any reason not to give them that if that's what they voted based on? if they voted for strict immigration?
Sure. I mean, I believe that the will of the government should represent the people. So I think
Okay.
they should do that to the best of their capability, and the state should only set in when the people are committing acts that are otherwise self-destructive or problematic to the state or to the system. But just to be clear, I am in favor of things like the ideological push towards mutualist or syndicalist systems, which are the stepping stone between that of capitalism and socialism. However, my personal beliefs start and end at the economic reformations of capitalism, and that's where I stand.
Okay, fair enough. But I just think, like, when we're strictly talking about immigration and how much of one type of culture comes in at a time, I think if the people see that it's having a negative impact, because it can't work. It doesn't work if there's a big group of people that doesn't speak the same language as this other group of people. It just becomes dysfunctional and creates a low trust society, when I prefer living in a high trust society. And that's why I think that it's okay to have a strict immigration system, because when you just kind of sprinkle them in, they have more time to assimilate to the plural culture.
Okay. I mean, it would take me like the better part of 10 minutes to describe my ideological framework on immigration, so I'm just going to gloss over it.
All right.
Fair. Okay, so I think we've reached pretty much a logical end to this. Is there anything that we don't feel was addressed?
I don't know. You guys tell me. I mean, like you guys, I know you, Leith, like before, I think you said that I was kind of like restrained or something, and some things I believe. Like, is there anything you think needs to be asked of me, or that I'm maybe not?
You kind of said the things without saying the things. I mean, you even got to hard seller.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, look up that guy's early life section. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird how they create the conditions for war, to protect their nation state, and they create refugees, and they're in favor of sending these refugees to where the quote unquote white people are, right? So it's like this endless cycle of like, let's get the white people to fight these battles, and then take the refugees from those, the battle that they fought, and send it back to the white people that helped create, help do the violence. It seems like a really vicious and malicious cycle, and I think the world is like slowly waking up to it. And like Gen Z is not in favor of supporting Israel in any major way. It's going to be really interesting to see how the future elections are, and if I think after having this version of Trump, maybe the next conservative we see winning, it will be like a true America First conservative. Like, that's my hope anyway, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I still am not convinced that Israel has as much power as you let on.
Well, influence is power, right? So it's like money buys. It's an easy trail to follow. You just got to follow the money. Money buys influence. Isn't something that you on the left have a major issue with money in politics? Well, I do too, for the same, slightly different reasons, just a more educated reason, I would say, is why I also look at money in politics to be very nefarious, depending on who it's coming from.
Well, I mean, you say that your stance on this is a bit more educated than that of people of the left, but didn't you just elect the guy that you claim is trying to destroy your race?
Well, he doesn't think that. He's maybe a useful idiot. Like I said, a lot of the shit he talked on the campaign trail sounded a lot like an American first candidate that you would see from the 90s or 2000s, like Dr. Ron Paul or like a Pat Buchanan. It seems like he was reading the room and he realized that Americans wanted to be more strict on immigration, more isolationist in foreign policy, and that's what he sold, and that's what people voted for. And he just deciding to kind of reverse course and be like, oh, just kidding, my daddy is BB or whatever. It seems like a huge betrayal.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What did you think of the immigration policies of the first Trump presidency?
I mean, not very effective. I think here's the thing, like '08 Obama puts both terms from Trump to shame as far as like immigration policy.
Well, because Donald Trump, under his first term, as a result of COVID lockdowns, there was a time where the American border was completely shut down for 2 years to immigrants, and Donald Trump still had less deportations than Obama under either presidency and a higher amount of illegal immigrants relative to deportations than either of the Obama presidencies as well, and ran on being the anti-immigration guy.
Yeah, that's something I found out later on as well.
Well, I mean, let's assume, okay, you found it out later on. That's perfectly fine. Not everybody's going to be privy to all of the knowledge as it comes out in real time. You were tricked the first time in the Donald Trump term, and then tricked again in the second Donald Trump term by your own words. Who's to say that the next guy isn't going to come along and feed you every line that you want to hear and just trick you again?
Well, hold on. I didn't vote for Trump in his first term, 2016.
Okay,
I didn't vote for either. Yeah, I didn't vote for either candidate.
Really, you didn't vote?
I voted
for Trump over like Clinton.
I didn't vote for either.
Okay.
I didn't vote at all in that election. It wasn't that it's just at the time I knew Trump as like a Democrat, so I just kind of saw it as like one Democrat running against another. And just neither candidate seemed appealing to me.
I'm going to be honest.
Now this was,
I'm the same way in 2020, and I'm the same way in 2024. It was some chick I hate or some dude I hate for both elections.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? We're getting four choices.
For 2016
lately.
and 2024.
Yeah, for 2016, 2024. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what, I still don't know why they pulled Biden out. I think even if his brain was turning to applesauce,
his brain is a bowl of mashed potatoes and his body is made out of wet paper and cardboard. The dude could get hit by a rogue wind gust and fall apart.
So I don't know why they didn't just do like a national convention or something where you just put Kamala up against a bunch of other prominent Democrats and then, have them run it that way, give people a choice. But a lot of people felt like they didn't have a choice and that Kamala was just kind of shoved down their throats.
That's why I didn't vote. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, like not voting is kind of endorsing the winner, right? Like that's what I heard later on after I didn't vote.
I mean, people on the left are welcome to cope in any way they want. However, me not voting for Kamala and me not voting for Trump is not an endorsement of Trump.
Yeah, I could see why you'd think that. And I'm not saying that you're wrong, but that's just something that I used to get when I told people like, yeah, I didn't vote in 2016. And they'd be like, oh, well, you endorsed the winner, right? Because like back then I voted for Bernie, and when Bernie didn't make it, I took it out kind of like on Hillary, like, okay, you know what? I feel like you guys kneecapped him because you just needed this woman president, right? For some reason, it just had to be her over this guy who I thought made more sense to me at the time. And so I actually didn't care that she was going to lose. I was like, an angry Bernie guy, and I was looking at my other friends who were cheering for Hillary to win, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna just, I didn't vote for Trump, but I'm gonna cheer for him anyway. I'm gonna cheer for him to beat her because you guys are so dumb and just like pushing this, break the glass ceiling at all cost strategy. Like I thought it was retarded. So first I became spiteful at them, and then I just like turned coat completely when I kind of went back to my faith. So.
Fair enough. I think that my reasons for standing out, or yeah, I guess that's what you would say, not partaking in the vote for 2024 is because I didn't like the way Kamala was handling certain issues that were being propagated even by communities that I was in. You're going to love this from me, but I looked into it, and Kamala Harris actually took a large amount of AIPAC money during 2017, spoke at AIPAC in 2017 and 2018.
Yeah.
They were the major representative of her campaigns in the 2020 campaign. Before she dropped out because she wasn't even viable in her own state. When she was speaking at the DNC, she kicked out people who were wearing pro-Palestine shirts, holding up pro-Palestine signs, and kicked out Hassan Piker for talking about pro-Palestine positions, which is a large thing on the independent left right now.
Which is a huge left figure, yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't like Hassan personally, but I thought that was massively damaging to the movement. And as a result, I decided to abstain from the vote.
Yeah, a lot of strategic missteps. I
Correct.
Understand your frustration. Oh yeah, no, we saw that, from the other side, just saying that's not strategically smart, right? It's and like I would talk to my friends on the left and be like, look, it's not that I just don't like you guys or whatever. It's just that I'm saying, if she's losing, it's because the things she's doing is dumb. These are dumb strategy. I'm just like telling you from like a game theory perspective, right? And they just weren't getting it. And a lot of them still don't get it. A lot of them wanted to double down on that it was racism and misogyny that didn't get her elected.
Well, I mean, I am a known misogynist, but that had nothing to do with it. Not even a joke, by the way.
So no kidding.
Yeah.
So you believe like women should be staying at home, like getting married? Oh,
no,
not that kind of misogynist.
Yeah, it's more like classical misogyny. It is like a dislike or general idea of intolerance of being around women.
Yeah, okay.
The whole
yeah. So
thing.
you mean true misogyny? Yeah, you're talking about actual misogyny.
Yeah, all of my female friends that I have are either in relationships or married because I cannot stand single women. It like I cannot be in a room with multiple single women for longer than about 3 minutes before I just have to walk out.
Damn.
Listen,
bad, huh?
I started dating men for a reason.
Jeez. You know what? Like, I can't even.
You and Joe get along now. So...
I mean, like, it's pretty bad. I've been out of the game for a while, right? But from the outside looking in, it's pretty bad. Is it as bad as, like, well, I'm just going to sleep with dudes now? Like, me personally, no, but I could see, like, I could see why you would just, like, if you have the inclination to swing that way, that you just kind of, like, give into it in these times because women are so terrible. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, maybe I can't.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that it's all women. Just to be clear, I think that it's I think it's American women. I think American women tend to suck. Like, if I could find me a beautiful chick from somewhere in like the Middle East, Africa, Asia, or even most of Europe. Like I'd be super happy. But it's just
passport
American
bros
women.
are a thing now. You know.
I know, but I don't want to be a stereotype.
Happy? What's wrong with being happy?
What's wrong with being happy is that I don't like the idea of it because it goes against my moral principles.
Yeah, well, okay, that's true. Just being happy in and of itself is not morally good. I can agree.
Well, like this is the thing, right? Like I generally, if I was going to be a passport bro, I would want to bring a woman to the States who is independent, who can exist independent of me and doesn't feel like she has to be reliant of me. I don't want to trap her in a relationship where she feels like she can't ever leave me if problems arrive at the worry of being deported. I would rather her be entirely independent.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of like the model being pushed on the modern Western American woman these days? That they here's the thing: is that I don't think they ever really want to be independent. They're being sold a meme of independence, right?
Well, see, I believe women can be independent. I do believe that women can be strong. They can be independent. They can create careers. They can create families. They can do the things that they want. I don't think that women are objectively lesser than men. I just don't like being around American single women.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I totally get that. That you mean you're not talking about like just any generation, right? You're talking about, I assume, like Zoomers and maybe millennials.
How old do you think I am?
I would assume younger than me. I don't know.
No wrong answers. Just throw out an age.
30s? 30?
Yeah, I'm 30.
Okay.
So the thing is, I was a speaker. Well, usually I work in carpentry and landscaping, but I had a job where I was doing guest speaking at a college. So a lot of the people I interacted with were at the college. And a lot of the women that would approach me there while they were younger than me, usually between the ages of about 21 and 24, would approach me and talk to me. And some of them were interested in like starting a relationship with me. And I think that, so I was in a relationship for 7.5 years, from 14 to 22. I was engaged when we broke up. Then I was in another 1.5 year long relationship from 22 till roughly 24, the back end of 24. And then I basically went on my, I'm going to work on me arc in 2020, which was about a year later, 5 years ago, which led up to this year in my life. Now I'm 30 years old. So it wasn't necessarily that I got, I wasn't that I started dating dudes because I just decided one day, hey, I like dudes now. I've been openly bisexual since I was 16 years old, which is almost half my life now. The thing that pushed me over the edge was realizing how much I hated interacting with single women in the United States in regards to the dating game.
Yeah, I mean, trust me, I've heard it from a lot of guys. It sounds painful.
It wasn't. It was actually the best choice in my life.
No, I mean the interacting with the single women of today. It sounds painful. Like it sounds terrible. I mean, let's see. I was dating back in I want to say like 2010, 2011. And you know, it was kind of a little bad. Like women are a mess, dude. Like I went into, like, my wife is like a saint compared to most of the chicks I dated. I just got kind of lucky and ended up with her coming up in a very, like Catholic rooted family. So that's what I would tell guys, like, if you don't want to give up on women just yet and go the path of Maita here, look for a Christian woman. You might increase your chances of a less like insufferable being. But yeah, the other women I dated who were like not of that kind of like Christian background, I mean, they were a mess. I don't get it. Like, their bathrooms are disgusting. Like, people, I think guys were sold this meme of like, oh, women are so neat and stuff. And it's like, no, dude, women are slobs too. Like, and it was even more scary thinking like, dude, she knew I was going to come over today and still left the bathroom looking like this. That's terrifying. Like, just things like that. So I don't know how terrible some of your anecdotes are, but I mean, looking back on some of mine, it's like, yeah, dude, like I hear you.
Yeah,
Women
see, I
are
wouldn't
pretty cooked
necessarily.
these days.
I wouldn't describe it like that. Like I said, I don't think women are completely cooked, right? I just think that there has been a drastic expansion in how men interact with women as a result of things like dating apps. And I think that the sexual marketplace value of women has been artificially inflated a little bit too much. But I think that they're
Yep.
fully taking advantage of this in a way that I can't blame them for doing. And the problem with that is I don't like I'm a dude who is I'm a pretty good looking dude. I work out, I take care of myself. You know, I have abs, I have like, you know, I'm tall, I have muscles. The problem is I felt like I was having every time I interacted with women, I felt like I was having to compete in a way that wasn't conducive to me trying to find a relationship. I felt like whenever I was interacting, I felt like an option, not the point of interest. And I don't want to settle for somebody who doesn't want to be in a relationship with me. But like the problem is I can't blame women for being in this position because I would take advantage of this position in the same way that they would. The only difference between me and someone who might view it from your standpoint is that I don't think all women are like this. I think this is something that's unique to the United States.
Well, I don't either. I don't. Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree that it's not like all that it is mostly here. It is a problem with Western women, particularly in the United States, because they've been sold this meme that feminism gives them, which is that you can just like have it all. You're equal to a man, you know, like whereas, you know, me coming from like a Christian point of view, I see man and woman as kind of like a violin. It's like, is the violin the, you know, the part with the strings, or is the violin the bow? Well, it's not one or the other, it's both, right? Like I just see them as complementary to each other. And you know, that's the way I see them as equals. They have different purposes, but they're of equal importance. And I think that when women lost sight of what their role, you know, like if their role was to be the bow, or the, you know, the body with the strings, whatever it is, and they, you know, like, oh, I want to be the bow and you want to be the bow, and you're in the same household, and it's like two bows just don't make it work, right? Like, and that's kind of like an analogy for how I see feminism and how it's damaged women, to where it's gotten to this point, to where we now have like, you know, in the absence of God, we have the feminists versus like the red pillars and like the voluntarily celibate.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're on, my guy. I'm going to be real with you. We're on completely different wavelengths here.
Okay, well,
Like,
what do you?
two questions. I got two questions. Well, go ahead, Joe, if you want to elaborate.
So what I'm saying is that once atheism becomes the norm, and you no longer have these roles for men and women being handed down through you to you culturally from, you know, Christianity, which is used to be the case maybe like 50 or 60 years ago. Now you just look at it through a secular lens, and to which like the, you know, women through feminism just say I can be equal to a man, which is a lie in my opinion, but that's how they see themselves. I have equal rights to a man. I got the right to vote just like a man can. You know, I could cut out a man. Like if I'm married to a man, I could cancel out his vote under the same household. And that used to not be the case. It used to be just like you vote the way your husband votes, right? And now it's totally dysfunctional because women are not fulfilling their role in society. That's what it's come down to. They're not fulfilling their role. So men are reacting to that by becoming red pillars and voluntarily celibate, you know? That's kind of like the movement that we're seeing right now.
Okay.
And the Christian man is coming in. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it seems like we're different sides of the coin here when it comes to like misogyny, right? Because I'm somebody who believes that women are equal and they ought to be equal. I don't think that they should have a specific role. I don't think they should have a specific idea in mind with how they approach a relationship. Like I don't think that like if I ever dated someone, I wouldn't want her to think that she just has to have kids and be a stay-at-home mom. If that's not what she wants, I don't want to presuppose that onto her. I don't want her to feel trapped in a relationship with me. I don't want her to feel like she has no means of getting out. I want her to feel like an
You don't have
equal
to do
me.
All I'm saying is that if like that was my dating process. You know, it's kind of like even as a secular person, I knew I wanted to be a father and have kids. And if I was dating women and screening them based on that criteria. What did they think about motherhood and having children, right? It's not like if that's important to me, then I'm not going to stay in a long-term relationship with somebody that's not important to. If they're not interested in that, I'm not going to make them change. I'm just going to be like, well, okay, good luck. I hope you find the person, you're looking for. You're not the one I'm looking for. That's all I'm saying.
I don't even agree with that in principle, right? Because when you say you're screening women, like that's talking about the thing I said before. Like I wouldn't want to be going out into the dating option, viewing women as options. In the same way, I wouldn't want to be viewed as an option because it puts myself in a situation where I'm placing a higher value on the things that I can offer versus what they what they offer to me.
There's
I want
nothing
to be
wrong.
able to
There's nothing
approach
wrong.
it someone like equals.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with like having similar interests or similar goals. It's like it's not just like an option. It's kind of like, do you want to live with somebody that you can function with, or do you want to like get with somebody and have a dysfunctional relationship, right? You got to be able to like jive. I'm not saying you have to be the same. Like me and my wife are completely different. It's just that we have similar principles, like our morals are aligned. Certain things align to where we don't have constant friction between each other. So yeah, that's a choice that we all have to make, right? It's like I've had relationships with people that I just don't get along with. We're just too different. And so I know that I have to make a choice. I have to be more selective. I have to treat the dating market like an option because there is a right and a wrong choice for me. I know that because of experience.
Yeah, but see, this is my problem with like the dating market is that when I go in and I meet somebody, I will avoid talking to other people until I know that this individual is someone who I will not be participating in a long-term relationship with. And I know that I'm not getting the same credence as what I am giving to these individuals. And I'm not saying that this is exclusively a women thing. A lot of men do this as well. But I've noticed this when I am participating in the dating market with women, specifically within the United States, and that has led me to the beliefs that I have.
No, sure, I understand. And so that's why I think it's maybe you just have a fatigue of screening, right? Because it's like you're just getting this same kind of person over and over again to the point to where you just kind of throw your hands up and are like, well, I'm just sick of this entire game altogether. Is that fair?
Not necessarily, no, because when I first started committing to the idea of dating exclusively men, The first dude that I talked to, I dated basically for about 2.5 weeks, and he was entirely honest with me the whole time. And that's actually the reason that we ended up breaking up, because we weren't afraid to have those hard conversations early on. We weren't afraid to put ourselves in a situation where we were creating tension over things that we disagreed on for ourselves and for our future. And as a result, we basically speed ran the whole process, and we got to the point where it was like, oh, we're just not going to work out, and we parted ways. We still like talk to this day.
So you're saying women lie?
I'm not saying that women lie. No, I'm not saying that. Everybody
You
lies.
are.
Women lie, men lie.
Yeah, but they're dishonest. They put on a huge like frontal act, right? Like the person that you meet is not even anywhere close to the person that they really are. I think that's what you're really trying to say. Whereas this other man that you met, it was a lot more upfront and honest, not omitting kind of who he was from the get-go. Right?
Well, just to be clear, I don't think that there is, I don't think there's this sort of double standard where women are unwilling to be upfront and unwilling to be honest or playing games. I think what I have personally experienced is just that men are more blunt and more straightforward, whereas women are more passive. You will have to ask these things rather than having them be told to you. And if that is something that you desire in a partner, I understand.
Yeah.
I just do not have that desire.
No, yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, I just got lucky. And I am of a certain, temperament. It just kind of depends. Like, I mean, me as a Christian, I just look at it through this kind of lens. Whereas you are looking at it more through your own kind of like subjective lens. Like, I still don't think that these relationships are good for you, even though you're looking at like the positives from it, and you're looking at this kind of contrast between men and women and how they play the game. Because I feel like if the women you met had conducted themselves differently and had treated you differently, that you might have not gone down this other path. That's what it seems like to me.
Possible, but I mean, isn't the plural of like an anecdote just like an understanding of something? Like, I feel like there's only so many.
Yeah, like
right?
I understand where you're coming from, but you were very kind of honest in the beginning when you said your body count is like 4
Correct.
or something. Now, me, like, this is not something that I see as a brag, especially now. But at some point in my 20s, I kind of like lost count. And that was because it wasn't just because I was like, vain and just like plowing through women. Like, I'm not saying there wasn't like a phase where my immature mind was like that, but kind of the other half of that was just me looking for this woman that had the same kind of old school values that I had. And that search was very tough. It's like I almost gave up on it a couple times, but it's like I just dated a lot of women until I found like the one. I guess I was just super stubborn. I took a lot of shit. I got a lot of stories out of it, like it's not for everybody. I get it. Like, dealing with the modern Western woman, like having to kind of interview, because let's be honest, like first date is kind of like an interview. Having to like interview this many like insufferable, vain, like, not, kind of mentally unwell, maybe anger problems, whatever it is, like this many, women that had problems, modern problems, until I finally found one that jived with me and was kind of like very chill, very kind of a lot more pious, kind of religiously. Maybe I just got lucky, but the thing is that I just didn't quit. Whereas I see, I don't know, like maybe if you had just like stuck it out and toughed it out a little longer, you would have found like a woman that gels with you. rather than having to just say, fuck it, I'm going to sleep with men now.
I'm gonna be honest. I really like it's mind-boggling to me that you're married. Like the way you describe women just feels so derogatory in so many ways because I just don't agree with it. I don't think that most women are like mentally unwell. I mean, obviously, like there's okay, listen, I get you. I know what you're gonna cite here. There was a study done between like 1968 and 2017 that suggests as a result of hormonal changes within women, they're more prone to mood swings and potentially mental illness. But I don't think that every woman that I was dealing with is mentally ill. I don't think they're neurotic.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Well, they're higher in neuroticism.
Sure. Let's say I grant you that. I don't put myself in a position where I'm willing to look down upon women to lift myself up. I think I can lift myself up independent of putting women down or putting them below me to put a place.
It's not about putting women. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't mean, because you're looking at it through a different lens. I'm looking at it through like, it's an age of decadency in where women are without God, to put it.
Well, let me ask you this then. If you don't view it as putting down women, when you're saying like I'm having to deal with all these like screaming, irrational women who are lying to me, going to interviews every night to find out if this chick I met on Tinder wants to have kids, how is that not like putting down women or putting yourself in a higher position of authority?
It's not. It's just like if women, I've heard plenty of stories from women talking about how trash dudes are too. How they're like, it sucks that I have to put up with these guys who are just playing games, who are just trying to get another like notch on their belt. They lie to you, and then as soon as they sleep with you, they're gone, type of thing. And these type of men are trash. And it's like I could listen to that and think that, well, she's just putting men down and just being so derogatory towards men and this and that. But the reality is that these guys do exist. Now, that's not all men, but some men just kind of act like dogs to women. And women, once they kind of collect this as type of kind of like their normal experience, and, then they start to talk about men this way. Well, can I really... they're putting men down, but that's because of their personal experience, like the men they chose to go out with. And it's
you're still placing the onus on them by saying the men they chose.
Yeah, so the women I chose to go out with, here's the thing, it's like I had to screen through a lot of, not the ones I didn't want to finally get the one I did. And the thing is that's going to be the same the other way. It doesn't mean that all these guys were trash. They just didn't jive with me. Like, that's what it ultimately is. They just didn't jive with me. It's not...
I don't know if you said that right, but I'm going to say...
They didn't jive with me?
I'm going to say one thing before... I'm just going to let that hang out there in the ether. There's a reason why the T-app for men got annihilated within less than 24 hours, because men are kind of fucked up.
I agree. I think that a lot of men have problematic behaviors. I'm not going to pretend or sit here and pretend that I am not one of those people. Like, I'm not going to sit here and absolve myself of judgment. I'm not going to take a holier than thou position that I tend to not like how women act within the United States, within the dating environment. And I think that part of that is a problem on them, but it's also a problem on me. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that that's not the case.
Okay, fair enough. You didn't say that in the beginning, but fair enough. If you want to say that now, maybe it is a problem with you. And yeah, maybe it is. You just can't stand it. I think I could stand it more than you. That's just how I ended up where I am, and you are where you are. Is that to me, it wasn't as big a problem. Like, to other guys, I could see how, a lot of these women are insufferable, but I'm a pretty easygoing guy. It's pretty easy. I get along with people pretty easily, no matter what, your faults are or whatever. So that's how I was able to kind of just like get along with these women, and just like, even though they might not be for me in one way or the other, I was able to just kind of part from them peacefully, and it wasn't like some kind of angry blowout or anything like that. It's just like, yeah, we had a nice time, but I just don't see us going very far or this and that. It's not anything malicious or like putting them down or anything. It's just they were just, a lot of them had this deep cultural embedding of like secularism and feminism that just didn't mix with me. We had competing ideas about who should be like the head of the house and stuff like that.
See, I wouldn't even say I go that far. Like, if I was dating a woman who wanted to be the primary breadwinner in the relationship, and I was to be the stay-at-home dad to the kids that I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want kids. But if I was going to be the stay-at-home dad to the kids that I don't want, I would still be willing to accept that if that was somebody that I could foresee myself being in a long-term relationship with. That's a concession I'm willing to make.
Yeah, well, see, I had to make the actual choice, and when you're making these choices in real life, they have impacts to your life that are significant. So
yeah, I know people walk out on me. Why do you think I'm dating dudes?
Okay, so we're getting down to the end of this, so like I have to ask 2 more questions.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the second one's a big one. So the first one's for Joe. How do you deal with the words of, well, no, one is for both of you, but or probably more for Maida. In Luke, in the Bible, Luke 14:26, if anyone comes to me and does not hate their father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. How do you contend with this?
Hold on. Tell me that passage again.
Luke 14:26. If anyone comes to me and does not hate their father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, and yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple. And this is Jesus' words. These red letters right here.
Okay. Anyone comes to me does not hate Southern. I think like that. Well, there's like a translation there, because Jesus spoke in parables a lot, so it could just mean that if the people you're kind of like attached to aren't kind of like following in the ways of God, then you kind of have to maybe, I don't know about cut them out of your life, but you kind of have to like create some distance between
even your own life, just to make sure.
Yeah, if my wife started like sacrificing animals,
hate even your own life.
What would I hate about my own life?
I don't know. It's part of the words. It says, yes, even their own life, meaning.
So my own life could mean that like the sin that I live with or the sin that I live in. So like in the Orthodox, like they talk about, you must, there's a saying that goes, you must be willing to die so that when you die, you don't die.
What?
Yeah, so we say we must be willing to die so that when we die, we don't die. That means that you have to be willing to die like your former self. Your worst version of yourself has to be willing to die in order to give rise to your rebirth self, rebirth in Christ. So you're like ridding yourself of sin and living more in the ways of Christ. That's what it means, like when they say you must be willing to die so that when you die, you don't die.
Okay.
Okay.
Maida, by all means.
I mean, if you have, yeah.
Well, no, I just like, because this doesn't sound like orthodoxy to me, because orthodoxy doesn't believe in rebirth. This is why they don't do like rebirth.
No, not rebirth. It's the promise of heaven, the promise of eternity. you don't die, you live eternal. That's what it means.
This doesn't sound like
it. Listen,
Okay.
so you must be willing to die, meaning you kill your old heathen self to give rise to your Christian following self, right? So that when you die, meaning your physical body dies, you don't die, meaning your soul, you don't die to the earth, you instead rise to the infinite, heaven,
Wouldn't you just go to
eternity. No, if you follow in Christ, you don't go to hell.
Well, I mean, the alternative to going to heaven is going to hell, right?
Well, we have Orthodoxy has kind of like a different understanding. I don't know what your understanding of hell is, but have you heard like the gnashing of teeth? Leith, are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I've heard something about this.
Yeah. So, I mean, that could be translated a bunch of different ways. Like maybe you just stay in your body and you got to listen to the worms munch on you. So, I mean, that could be one way of looking at it.
Okay, I'm very confused right now because all of the forms of orthodoxy that I sort of was taught about in theology all believed in like hell as like a physical state of being, right? If you don't go to heaven,
physical,
you go to hell.
Physical state of being. So like imagine being dead, but you're still in your body.
Okay, what happens when you don't have a body anymore?
Well, you're just kind of like hanging out in the place where your body. I mean, there's always going to be some kind of remains of you, right? Like
so you just kind of chill there in the ground, like floating above your skeleton, like watching a strip mall get built like 1,000 years later, and you're like, oh wow, there's
maybe that's maybe your sentence is to be completely dissolved before you ascend or something like that. In Orthodoxy, we have what we call like the borders of the mystic. So it's kind of like we understand that God puts borders on our logic. Like there is an end to logic to where there are mysteries beyond maybe this life that we don't understand and that we can't understand within this physical realm.
Okay. Yeah, I've just never heard of this personally. So I'm thinking
you should go to an actual. You should find like an Orthodox church. And
I would love to tell you I would, but I'd be lying. I have been to Christian churches. I have been to Catholic churches. I have been to Episcopalian churches. I do not want to go to any more churches. That's what I've come to in terms of my conclusion.
I'm just saying, like, if you want to get the most,
good, though.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing is that Orthodoxy is kind of like the truest form if you're looking purely from like a historical point of view. I would just say if you want the fullest understanding, you would talk to an Orthodox priest.
Fair enough. So on to the last question. Why is relativism the worst philosophy?
I mean, depends on what kind of relativism. If you're a relativist who believes in epistemological like systems, obviously that's a logical contradiction. If you're a relativist that is deontologist, I think that your moral principles probably need some level of better understanding. And if you're an ontological relativist, I think it's a good ideology.
Joe, any words?
An ontological relativist? Could you explain that one a little bit?
Are you familiar with the categorical imperative?
No.
Okay. So basically, there was this guy named Immanuel Kant who created what is called the categorical imperative. It is understood as a set or subsystems of universal moral laws, which can both be objective and relative simultaneously. They are objective in the way that they are applied, but relative in the way in which you decide the application is. It was created out of necessity for what Kant describes as a rejection of religious moral standards, while simultaneously upholding some of the same moral standards that were enacted upon society by like religion. Then you have the different subsets of like application of categorical imperative, which are deontological, which argues in many circumstances the ought system or the ought statement that you make is that you ought not engage in certain moral actions if you are sort of, how would I say this? If you are detached from the resolution of those actions, or you can't possibly know the outcome of those actions, and thus consequences of those actions through your intervention could be positive or negative. Thus, you can never know truly how your actions will create a moral like dilemma. And then you have the ontological side. The ontological side is more based in what you would typically call the ideas of like utilitarian. And as a result of that, you would sort of make a conclusion based on a set of, I guess, like arbitrary principles. And then you would decide whether or not you wanted to participate in those moral systems based on the probability of those outcomes being desirable, undesirable, or what you would consider good or bad.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's see. So I guess how would you, the thing for me is that I see kind of Christianity as like the best vehicle for like human success, because it kind of influenced the types of cultures and movements that gave helped give Christianity like its helped give mankind its like dominance of the world, and like provide societies and technologies that allowed us to be relatively like comfortable. And I just see us kind of like going backwards without it, especially as far as the birth rate. Like, because the more we have secularism, atheism, things like abortion, LGBT, like all these types of things being promoted, these things all seem antithetical to the Christianity that got humanity so far. And I would just say that, like, it's kind of like, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of approach. Like, that's how I see Christianity. Like, why would we ever look for another like system to replace Christianity with, if Christianity is so successful, and that these other moral systems can't answer for certain moral dilemmas that Christianity can solve pretty easily, which whereas I think your methods would struggle to provide sound prescriptions.
The correct answer is actually just because someone thinks so.
True.
Wait, sorry, what?
All right. I thank you both for an awesome conversation.
Yeah, that was a long one. Thanks, Leith. Yeah, this is actually pretty cool. Maita, it was nice meeting you. Yeah, I mean,
you'd like to shout yourself out and have a last word, by all means, and tell people where to find you.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. Go first, because I'm not anybody. So
I'm not anybody really either. But I mean, if you're curious, I'm Kung Fu Joe. I'm OG fighting game player. I play mostly Marvel 2. That's the best fighting game on Earth. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. I'm sorry. Other than that, I like talking a little bit of politics here and there. And yeah, thanks for having me on, Leith. Maita, nice meeting you too.
Awesome. And Maida, if you'd like
Yeah.
to have a last word and let people know what's up.
Perfect. So my name's Maida. I go by Maida everywhere I basically exist. I mod for like half of Twitch politics at this point, so there's a good chance you probably know who I am. I don't stream anymore.
Cool.
I don't do content creation anymore. It bored the shit out of me, and I hated who I was becoming. So if you have any thoughts, comments, concerns on any things I've said today, and you want to talk with me about that, hash it out, get to the bottom of it, feel free to message me. Anywhere you see me around. I'm off work for the season right now since I do contract work, so I'm pretty much free all the time.
Awesome. And I appreciate you coming through to have a chat with our friend Joe here, whom I'm going to reban as soon as this is over and done with.
Banished back to the Shadow Realm.
This is how we do it. It was a great day pass, though.
Yeah. All right,
Joe's
y'all.
a good sport, so I'm going to go ahead and raid out. And as always, chat is the true winner.
Yes, sir. All right, have a good one, guys.
Peace out.
You too.
Peace.
Sending the raid. Thank y'all for being here. We'll be back again on Wednesday, and this is fun. What, there's a broken stream? Hey, of course, Testy. Thanks for coming through.